Good evening. Look at that. You can actually see the rest of the screen because there's no like Bob Ross hair all over the place. Oh yeah, that was nice. It was nice, but now it feels like I want to go like. I've gotten used to I've gotten used to doing that, which isn't Gilly using haircut filter. Yep, it was that or the cat filter. Yeah. So that was nice. I was kind of considering just taking the sides off and then going more of a looking like a teenager. Just only have it long up here. It was kind of nice just going running your hand through the hair, but then again I was like I don't think I need to try to look like a teenager.
You have returned.
And thank you, Scruff FR. Thank you for the 2 months. I was going. Why will? Wait, what? I thought DSP was finished from the last YouTube video. Yeah, but you can't really start Satisfactory today because it's only tomorrow that it releases. So, yeah, that's At least you have hair up there to grow. Yep. That's also. I mean, that's also one of the things why it's a bit more. It's not as risky because it'll grow out again. So, yeah. I keep it around 60 centimeter. Wow. Okay, yeah, I would absolutely hate that. Just oh, you just gotta groom it and all sorts of products and yeah. Oh wow, I was already like hating the fact that it was just always a mess. So yeah, it must be taking a lot of maintenance. Super Sin Cup. Thank you for the Twitch Prime Gaming. Twitch Prime Gaming. No, Prime Gaming or Twitch Prime. Anyway, thank you and welcome. And good evening, Soraya Shadowhopper. Have you done any Satisfactory prep or doing a new world? I'm doing a new world. It would make no sense for me to just start in advance. It doesn't make any sense for me. We had data saving time. Yep, that's I put it on my schedule that all the times are off 1 hour late. Well, Alex R, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you. Wow. Actually, that reminds me, something that actually worked really well was going to my own video on YouTube and actually commenting on the first one, making a pinned comment and saying, live on Twitch.
Welcome to Dyson Sphere Program.
Let's stop the interception here. We don't need to listen to that. I'll just... And then I just need a link. I need to also stop this guy from chatting a lot in the background. I need to click this one there and go back. It's so weird looking at yourself there. There. Comment and pin. Boop. Some people might drop by then. That is nice. Good. We're back. Goes good to start a new work week with a fresh cut. Yeah, that's not really feeling anything like work week has a weird ring to it for me, but a new week with the kids. Yeah. Yeah, KG, that's right. By the time everyone is just like, oh right, it's 1 hour off, and then go like, what? It's about a month every time. That's the time it takes to adjust to the new schedule. Cyclops, are looking forward to Satisfactory? Yep. I'm very much looking forward to getting in there and just looking around, and in the beginning where everything is performing nicely and you're just exploring and the music is great, the scenery is great, and you start building your first factory. I don't know how long I think that when I get to sort of the aluminium, then things might be yeah, I don't know if it keeps being interesting, but we'll see. We'll see. So I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be fun as long as it's fun. And when it's no longer fun, I'll do something else. Very simple. Lots and lots of good games out there that I want to play, so shouldn't be a problem. Do you have any idea which biome you will start in? Well, no, by definition I can't, because that's going to be your choice as the first thing. You will be deciding where we start, and then I'm going to hate you for it, and then we'll go from there. I do have one that I really hope, and the one that I really hope it's not going to be. But, you know, I don't trust you, so I can't say it. So you should choose the one that's the fun one. You think is the most fun. So let's address what we're going to do today, because you are you're going to be confused, because if you were part of the stream on Saturday, then you'll be confused. If you weren't part of the stream Saturday, then you're going to be happy, I guess. Because after the stream Saturday, I spent pretty much all of Sunday redoing all the stuff I did on stream, because it didn't work. The problem was that I started the stream on Saturday in an unstable situation that I couldn't recover from. In a situation where I was basically, as soon as I loaded, it started launching rockets, and then I couldn't stop it, and that meant that I couldn't have a continuous play of launching all the rockets, which means I couldn't do any time lapse of the whole thing. So I spent all Saturday building up a stockpile, making sure that everything was running, and just build all the things we did on stream. I built it again because I had to roll back before we started the stream. So that's what I've been spending my Saturday on. That's also why the video today on the super secret project. Hope you enjoyed it. Then that performs better. But so what I've done after that is I have designed the sphere. I have set up all the rockets ready for launch, but they have not launched. That means anything we do today, I'm gonna have to redo tomorrow, because I need this steady state where we are right now to be the start of my time lapse. I mean, we can still play it, but I'm gonna need it for my time lapse of launching the whole thing. I'm gonna need that right, starting from this scratch, this position we're at. So we'll be fixing things, and we'll be doing things, and that means that you have the opportunity to ask me, hey, how did you, and why did you, and can you show, or all of these things. So we're going to be doing lots of touring around and fixing bottlenecks and see what's going on. And of course, we're going to start the launching immediately. So let's start by doing the launch. So if you were part of the Saturday stream, then you can go like, wow, that was boring. We've seen that before. But if you weren't, and it wasn't everyone who was there, then you're in for a treat, because it's super nice to watch that. So that's what we're going to do. I will earmuff up, get ready to join the game. You should tell us which one you don't want, but say it is the one you want, and vice versa. I don't know, Cyclops. I don't even trust you to troll me correctly. That's I don't know. Launching rockets is never boring. Exactly. So we are gonna go in. Okay, so one thing I have noticed. Make a YouTube video so I can watch it every day when I wake up. Yeah, the Sisyphus, that's kind of what I want. I'm gonna do a video, and it's gonna be kind of a long, just time lapse, and I'm gonna put some music on. It's basically just gonna be an ASMR video or visual ASMR video where you can just watch it. And I don't know how long it's gonna be. If it's gonna be 5 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever makes sense, but it's probably gonna be 4 to 6 hours of constant recording with me just slowly panning the camera. So I'm gonna basically set aside an entire workday to do a recording on one screen while I watch something on the other screen. Yeah, so that's why I'm being so meticulous on setting it up, because I kind of need to, right? So this is also why I've made some slight changes here. So you can see here I had to test it. these are now completely full. And they will start shooting as soon as there is a connection between this location and all of the 5. So here we have just a power network of 12.5 gigawatt, and on the other side we also have 12.5 gigawatts. So as soon as I do this, they'll start shooting, and then I'll go to the other side and it'll also start shooting. Then I'll hook up the other 12.5 gigawatt. So right now this is full. This was important for me to make sure that this was full, so it's fully saturated, and also that all of these are now fully saturated. They all have 20 in here, so that I'm in a state where everything is as saturated as possible. And that's where we can do. There is one that is particular to Stabby. They are all on the same planet, but 2 are nice and 1 is not nice. There are 4. Yeah, there's the grasslands, which was the default one. Then there's the northern forest, which is cramped but tons of resources. Then there's the something desert with all the palm trees, and then there's the desert. Actually, the northern desert is not the desert. It's the one where the weird palm trees, and then there's the desert. It's a lot of power through one little cable. Yeah. So this is actually where I think we want to start, because we have the sphere. It's built, and this thing takes 28 minutes to build. How do I know? Because I've done it twice. And I added a oh dear, I added a little mod, the Dyson Sphere Progress, 8.4 million. And the 431,000. So 8.4 million is what we need, and I think I have stored up around 3 million sales. I don't really remember. We can actually look at that right now. Their production here for the last 10 hours on the entire system. Solar sales. It's actually a really high consumption rate we have. It's actually remarkable how much is being consumed by the rockets themselves here. This one has dropped. Oh, it's because it's on a 10-hour cycle. If it's going back to 1 hour, then it's still very low. Why is this low? This is usually governed by that one. So this is now constrained by something that isn't the Dyson Sphere component. That's interesting. Oh, it's consumed by the deuterium fuel. It looks like this one looks like it's not fast enough. Oh well. For the ratio, you want a lot more rockets. Still throwing sails to no swarm? Nope. It's just that you need sails to make that one here. You need 3 sails for one of these, so that means every rocket actually takes 6 sails. So that's kind of a lot. Alright, are we ready? It's good for us to try this so we can see what happens. And then we'll be just enjoying it. Go, 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 go. Wow, performance. The performance tanks as soon as I build this. Not when I do anything else, but as soon as I build this, the performance is just shit. Here we go. If you haven't watched this yet, that's pretty nice. Let's take this one out for now. Here comes the next. And then we can follow these out here. Not all rockets have been launched. What? Not all rockets have been launched? Are you kidding me? There's a section that didn't launch. Ah! Roll back. What? Yeah, that's true. Oh no. Oh, that's good. How did that happen? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna be having to reload the save then. Oh, come on. And oh my god, the frame rate. The frame rate, it's killing me. These are good. Okay, I think that's actually one thing we had before. Okay, sorry. Actually, since this is not... Yeah, it's actually highlighting that it's broken. Okay. Remind me that one of them is broken. Phew. It's barely playable now. 15 frames per second. 16. On a good day. Oh, they're not synchronized. It's gonna just look awful. Oh, everything is bad. Let's keep it like this, right? I mean, it's gonna be desynced at some point anyway. Yeah, well, we explained that a bit ago. I had to redo the whole thing. But now we should have a much bigger launch speed. We're gonna just spend a bit of time. Oh no, we're not. We're gonna go back. Ah, okay, that's it. That's it. I have to do it again. I made a mistake. Retake. Come on. Come on. Yeah, this is the part that the hidden part of being a YouTuber, of just what you see is not reality. That's the first thing. And one of these not working. Maybe the other side then. That's the one. Come on. There you go. 20. Oh no. I actually have to load them manually now. That's the one. Because I can't rely on these being... I can't enable it because then the whole thing works. So that means I need to go to this one. Just take maybe like 1,000. Can I even fit 1,000 in? Nah. There. Yeah. I'll take a save afterwards.
Welcome home.
Welcome home, Mockingbird. Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate the support. Well, good thing we tested it before I sat back and started the recording and realized that that was a mistake. Oops. Oh, that's like a lot of those we need. What? How could I pick something up and then put it back in and then still have something left? What the hell happened? And they're gone. Crap. Well, ultimately it was 500 something. That's 1 minute of production. I'm gonna spend more than 1 minute doing this, so in the end, that just doesn't make any sense. How is this one full? Oh, no, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no freaking clue. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. What I'm gonna... Oh. Oh, did I do it that way? Is that smart to do it that way? And 2, just because. I guess you missed one. Are you sure that I missed one? Because I don't think I am. But, you know, you guys didn't notice my busiest planet in the entire galaxy, so your credibility for spotting things have collectively been decreased. Now I don't even know if this is the right row I'm looking at. I have no idea which one it is. I don't think it was this row. With how many vessels you have, you will recognize a new vessel line. It's not new, it's not one, it's everyone. Every single one. Okay, so I'm gonna do this again. Go over to the other side, do the same thing. Here. And then we have to go to every single one of these and go boop. These will now not be shooting in a logical manner. They'll be just shooting randomly, but they're going to be shooting randomly anyway. They're on the 3-second cycle, so I don't really know how I would prevent that. I couldn't really have these not being powered, and I wanted to make sure that they also could start shooting immediately. Let me think, let's do this correctly. Woo, they're launching. Okay, so this is 4 locations I've done. I need to do 6 on the top side and 6 on the bottom side. It's kind of choppy right now. It looks great. And that should be, that was 5, so this is the last one. And just to confirm, we're gonna go over here and confirm that that one is it. Why don't you just look up? Yeah, but we have looked up that one. Because I want to get this done. The rebels have no chance, absolutely. We're gonna keep launching like this for a very long time, so I think it's more important that we get this up and running, and then we can look up and afterwards. So that's why I'm deliberately not looking up. Haha. Okay, stuff is happening. We built a new star constellation or something. That's 2 over here. That's 3. So 1 more, and then the 2 at the pole. Oh, don't sail. Sailing is so difficult to get out of with this latency here. Good. I'm down to 16 FPS. Wouldn't it be fun if I took something, a wrong product, and sent it out? That would be lovely. Good. Now I can look up. And we're going to remove the navigation. Here we go. Yep. Max size around the black hole. Absolutely. Because of course. Because of course. Wow. Some of these are getting built really quickly. Nice. Look at that one. This is the third time I restart this build. But this time I have 300 and something thousand rockets stockpiled. So I should be good. And about 3 million... hey, 314, since you're building a sphere, happy belated Pi Day. Thank you, freak. Belated Pi Day. Yes. If we look at production stats, not on a 10-minute here, but if I look at it from algo, where's my algo system? Algo. This one, right? And then I just check for all of it. Made 365,000, so I still need to make more. I haven't built anything here that I've launched anywhere else. So when this one reaches 431,000 or thereabouts, I can stop the production of it. Because obviously we're launching a lot faster than we are shooting. Oh, look at that. That is a point that's getting built quickly. But up here we already have some kind of spike from a star. This is so interesting that they've made it like this. I really love it. This must be one of the 5-pointed stars. And you'll be able to redirect the solar sails to the shooty. What? Where's our... Oh, there it is. Hey, Singular Curve, thank you. For the 17 months. It is so pretty indeed. We're going to spend a bit of time. And here's that point, the most busy point, is Anchor. Okay. Alnitak, my secret. And right there. So if you look at the Dyson Sphere now, down here. Not the algo system, but the local system. Why is there no... Huh. Oops. DSR. So this one counts up how many structure points. We've not gotten made the single point yet, but they are building here solar sails, and this also means that even though they are moving from, you can see all these small strands here. This is not the time when they are actually being counted here. They only count when they are being converted into one of the points. Like that one, like this. Let's actually look at these points. That should give us the first. Right there. Here we have these should be the very first solar sails going into one of the points. And you can see these structures only sort of go to halfway towards the next node. So it'll have to wait until the next node comes in. Here's the front runner. Where are you going? You're going to this one, I guess. I love this idea. The idea that they are sort of forming a line. I don't even know how you would... Like the idea of sort of every single one has to be tracked and just determined how it falls in line with the other ones so that it can go in and form a sphere. I mean, yeah, I suppose this one sort of summons something. I think as soon as this one's built, it will go into sort of, I don't know, summoning mode. Oh, here we have our blossoming planet. Where we have it. There we go. We have some points that are close. Speed up so we can get there and see them actually being absorbed. Oh, they have to go up and around. I signed up for Starlink. Not that I think I'll need it, but you know, I just figured it was a good idea to sign up for it. If it works as well as it's advertised to do, then I could buy a boat and sail out in the middle of the ocean, and well, not in the middle of the ocean, but just in international waters and just stream from there. Ha! No taxes. and more importantly, no people. Yeah, it makes it that the game can keep up with this madness. Absolutely. Except like it only barely can. It's really difficult to just the fact that this one is so large and the distances are so big. I mean, and like if I'm flying less than 600, then I'm actually falling away. So that is now they're being absorbed. Into the sphere, and then we'll start seeing some kind of, I don't know, mold is the best word I can come up with for it. Yeah, there you go. There. Some small hexes. Various locations around it. Look at that. Look at the cute little hexes of solar panels. Ta-da! We have power. We have power 300 megawatts from the part that's being consumed or absorbed here. And over on this side, this is the shooting gallery. I want to find something that's being... This one is being constructed right now. And you see the cell structure. We've already launched, well, 18,000. So we're almost there. Obviously, if we look at this part, it's not a lot that we've consumed so far. So right now we're just saturating the sphere. And I think that at some point we will actually be able to absorb more than we can inject. Terminal case of humans, yeah. Well, I don't know if it's a terminal case. I think the black hole will outlive us, but okay. If this was a high luminosity, I would get about 10 times, or a bit more than 10 times as much as this. Well, 15 times this. Right, the highest ones are about 12 times this, right? So, but already it's getting up there. How can a black hole produce energy when it sucks everything in? Because actually this is what a black hole will actually look like. Because the stuff that goes through the event horizon gets torn apart and still emits a lot of light. So it's black because no light escapes, but all the stuff that is outside of the event horizon will actually be torn apart and emit a lot of light. But it will not emit it from the middle. Actually, you can see through it, which is not correct. And you can fly through it, and that's another thing that's iffy at best. You're still getting energy from the accretion disk plus an extra amount of Hawking radiation. I don't know if it would absorb that, but maybe it does. Doesn't matter. There's a reason why it's only a little bit of light. Looks nice, and you can also see we're just getting sucked in. So I gotta. Oh, look at that! That star is almost done. That looks good, and it's actually really absorbing well. Looking nice. I wish it would, when it formed the sphere, it would start from one point and then move out instead of sort of randomly. But you know, doesn't matter. Hello, Headship. Yes, baked bean. Of course I know. It has HP, so that kind of indicates that at least at some point they thought about the damage. Yay, look at that. This is there's a bit of solar there, there's a bit of solar there, there's a bit of solar there. Whee! it's excellent. Awesome. Yeah, so everything is still launching pretty nicely from our little sphere. Also, that look at the curve. There's a slight curvature here. That a tiny black hole will explode from it. Aha. I don't know how you define a tiny black hole, since it's a singularity. So, tiny in what dimension? In mass, yeah. I wonder if you can overshoot where the swarm can't go into the sphere fast enough. Absolutely. That's the situation right now. You can see we're adding way more into the swarm, but we're not consuming very much yet because not all the nodes are made. So only when the nodes are made will we be starting to consume. But the idea here is if I have 780 nodes, once all the nodes are built and absorbing, then they will be able to multiply by 30 divided by 61. Yeah, 390 per second can they absorb. And I can't inject 390 per second. So at some point we will actually have a situation where I can absorb more than I actually have. Might not be relevant because some of the shapes might already have been completely filled and other ones are just slowing. I love these when you see like a cluster of rockets moving towards the location, and then once they get absorbed, you can see the X here becomes bigger. I have no idea what kind of what part of the shape this is, but when we look at it then flying in, we can see like it goes. Boop, there. At least one more. No? That's it? Like that, for example, is also... Let's see if we can go there. Okay, warping these kind of distances is not really super useful. Oops. But, you know, I wanted to go away so we could get a nice view of this. Look at that, from that point where they actually go out. And we can see the vessels coming in. They are the ones bringing in additional and going out again. Bringing in additional rockets and solar sails. It's full of stars. It absolutely is full of stars. That's the entire point. It's full of stars. It's surrounding the black hole with stars. It is an emotional support sphere for the black hole to reminisce about the time when it did not eat up all of its friends. That's how it... Yeah, so if we can look at this shape. So it consists of we do that. So this is the pattern here. And it consists of a pentagram. And then some space around it where there's nothing, and then it goes on to a repeatable pattern of like sextagrams. I don't know if that's what it's called. There, which will then surround point to point. There. Surround this this star on all sides, and then it'll branch into the other one. And then I have sort of these shapes here to just make sure that the rest is covered. Oh yeah, 1.21 gigawatt. Yep. By the time a black hole evaporates down far enough that the Hawking radiation is energetic enough to notice, it's also so small that there really isn't much left of it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Box, don't worry. Everyone got it. It's just you're not really winning points for the most obvious reference. 88 million rockets. I don't think so. We'll make do with this 400. Hey, we're almost at 10%. Woohoo! It's going pretty quick. It should take. All right, we can actually figure out how long time it's taking. I am launching. I have 784 rocket launchers. They launch every 12 seconds. So that is divided by 12. Then I get how many per second? That's 65 per second. And then I need to say there was 431,000 divided by 65.3. That's a lot of seconds. That is 395 minutes. Oh, that's not good.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, De Vries, thank you for the 7 months. I messed up something about those calculations. Yeah, so if I have, let's do 784 times 5 per minute. So now I know how much I launch per minute. That's 3,920. So if I have 431,000 divided by 3,920, that is 110 minutes. So it's about 1 hour and 40. So 1 hour and 40 will be all it takes for us to launch all the rockets, and then the rockets are done. Is the game speed? No, it's actually not, I guess. I don't think so, because it's actually running. FPS says 17-33, and I don't know what the 33 is, but the 17 is the frames, and the 33, it could be the calculations that are also slowing down. I don't know. If it's like Victoria, then it's like the UPS, which means it's going to be twice as long because the game runs at half speed. But I'm not sure it actually runs at half speed. I'm not actually sure of it. It doesn't feel like it, because in Factorio you notice when you start moving like just 10% slower, and I don't feel I move slower. I just feel that things are more sluggish in responding. So if anyone for certain knows what the FPS counters in the top left hand corner actually means. A physics rate. Okay, physics, then it probably is the physics rate, which is like the speed by which it can calculate the world. Which means it's about double. Do you harness different around the black hole versus a regular star? Yes, way less. You can go here. This is the luminosity of the star, 0.188. So the black hole is basically not emitting any light, and the best stars are about 2.5 and slightly above. That's a O-class star. Hey, we've launched more than 10%, and it just keeps going. Looks so good, that one. Looks so good from here. And let's find the planet. It should be easy to find. Just look at the blue laser. There's the blue laser. Right, we're going to go back to the planet and just look at it from behind the planet. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to be spending like 3 hours or something on just waiting for the whole thing to be... is the cell progress new? No, this is a mod. It's a mod I just added now, this one. Because I wanted to track how much we are getting. So this one actually means that now we have 8,600 in the cell. That's 1%, 1 per mil. of the, but I have 10,000 inbound. And if we go over to the production stats, yeah, 125,000, but we only have 9,000 actually being consumed yet, so that's... I'm not allowed DSP closely. What? I'm not followed. But what is the ring of fire installed in orbit? That's alright, Lonely Dupe. That is, the blue thing here is laser, well, it's not lasers, it's our planet shooting solar sails, and they're going to be shot in an orbit around the sun, and that's when they turn yellow. So when they are blue when they're being shot there, they're turning yellow when they are installed in the orbit, and then they'll last for 1 hour. And you can see all the little green dots here. That's when they exit the swarm and start merging into the sphere. Oh, might want to slow down a bit. Slow down a bit. Look at the barrage of of solar sails coming out of the planet. Pretty nice. Yeah, I tried that baked beans where you just basically bounce off all the light from all the rocket launches. It's pretty overwhelming. Yeah, everything about this, it should be pretty crazy. I'm trying to build something that you won't see anywhere else. Boop. So half of the planet is always shooting here. And I'll go with a pew 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 pew. Solar sails in total. The belts look fine. All of them look saturated. That's good. Hello, Missy Me. And we have, of course, the next wave coming out. Structure points. So this tells us how many we've launched so far. 51,000. Let's see if our inbound logistics are keeping up. This seems very stable. This one is the one I'm most worried about. Looks good still. Yeah, I can put these in. Boop. It'll help. I think this is stable. Lasers in space go snap, not pew. Snap? Lasers in space don't make any sound. No, not this one. I'll check that one. This is at the same steady state. I hope this is a steady state. I think it is. So it's stable, and then as it shoots, it'll suck in another 700, no, actually half of that. So about 400 it'll eat every launch. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Yeah, looking good. And I get a rating for the next one. Next rocket is being prepared. And then now it starts counting down, right? When is it counting down? 5,728. There we go. 5,728. Okay. It seems like it's way too little, but well, if it's steady, then it's steady. So we'll keep it like that. Is it possible to finish the game without a single solar sail? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so, because you are gonna need, for the end game, that one, you will need Universe Matrix. Universe Matrix requires antimatter, antimatter comes from critical photon. Critical photon comes from a ray receiver. Ray receiver has to get the rays from somewhere. How's the power usage? Around 15 gigawatts, I think. Yeah, 15.2 gigawatts of power, and that's why I have two rings of artificial suns powering it. All right, let's have a look at the sphere. If it's from this distance, you can see some patterns and stuff, but it's really hard to. I mean, for example, here we can clearly see there is a 5-pointed star that's being almost made. It's just missing those spikes up here. But you know, at some point it'll get there. You need sails for rockets, yeah, but you don't need rockets. You can make power just off nodes and frames. No panels needed. Yeah. Hey, Corinne. I'm already a month late. Oh, I was already more than a month late. I asked a friend to help out. So I did it myself, and then she helped sort of trim the corners. Well, actually, I started, and then I basically I took the first cut so that it was a mess, and then there was like, all right, it's done. Now it's already messed up. Now it can only get better. Hey Benny, good evening. Good to see you. Well, luckily it's not a competition. I would also imagine that I probably spent a bit more time on this than you have. So you can see all of these here. They will be flying towards some point. Let's try and follow all of this swarm of rockets that just came around us to see where they're going. I'm gonna have to speed up. They should be starting to coalesce here. Now they're coalescing over here, if that's what you can call it. Converging is probably better. Okay, I'm just not flying very fast compared to these rockets. Are they building a new node? Yeah, I think they're going into that point here. Cool. Yeah, exactly. It looks really nice. This is a very beautiful game at this stage. It's a very beautiful game at all stages. Even the beginning. I remember I saw the first screenshots and stuff, and I was like, nah, that's not how things are gonna look like. That's sort of like that's just something templated or something. But then realized when you start building it yourself, they go like, oh yeah, it looks even better than that. I remember those screenshots with those small planets and just the lasers shooting, and yeah. And it's not even been 2 months. It's almost 2 months since the game came out. And yeah, put how much? I'm just gonna check Steam if I can. $298.9 hours in game. Oh, we're here. That's the one. That's the new node that's just being created by the rockets we followed. If you completely fill in the sphere, is that better than leaving gaps? Yes, it is. The more, because the maximum number of cells you can have is a full sphere. And the bigger the sphere, the more cells you can put in. So the bigger the sphere, the fuller the pattern. But if you just make a full pattern, then there's really no point in making it around a beautiful black hole. So or pink hole. But let's go with a black hole. Just let's do that. You're going to remove the rocket launcher. Once cell points are complete, are you going to remove the rocket launching station and add more turrets? No. I'm not going to make any changes. But I would probably be turning off the launching the creation of rockets. Or actually, I don't need to. Yeah, I do need to because I may have like a stupid stockpile of it, which is what we're gonna look at after the break. But I think I want to go to some place close, actually behind the star, behind my behind this. What a mess. I think we need to go but just a bit further away from it. Fly away. And then if I slow down, yes, then we cannot even see everything from here. It's weird that this idea that I can zoom out, but it doesn't feel like I'm zooming out. It just feels like I'm making the character smaller. Fly away. Kessler Syndrome Simulator. Sounds interesting. Autosave. It's about, I think it's about 600 megabytes of for the save game. I'm gonna slow down as much as we can. Oh, is it possible to turn off autosave? That's such a good point, actually. Otherwise I have to sort of filter it out. Autosave interval. Nope. I can set it up, but I can't undo it. That's all right. And it'll just be just one more thing I have to do. Let's have a look at no. Dyson Sphere. What are we at? 71,000 rockets. That's actually. It's definitely not going to be 1.5 hours, but it's going to be 3 hours until it's completely done. And we're also going to look at statistics. Let's actually look at the last 10 minutes to see if we're. Yeah, we're definitely not consuming fast enough, but you know, our consumption is increasing. And that one should be pretty constant around 4,000. Because that's how many rockets I launch per minute. And this one is how much. Yeah, and this number needs to start increasing so we can consume this before they expire after 1 hour, but it might not be possible. Oh, our star is just. It has disappeared. I don't think it matters which way we're going to turn. Just hopefully keeping this in focus. So we're kind of rotating, or is that rotating? Are we rotating? Who knows? I'm going to take a short break and then we'll be back. We are going to just watch this a bit more and then we'll go back and take a look at some of the ingredients here. If you set the autosave interval slider under gameplay to minimum, it is turned off. Oh, stacks, nice. Interesting. Yeah, well, it's 20 minutes now. I think it's nice to have it, especially when I run a few mods. Things can break, and then we lose no more than 20 minutes. If that's the case. Well, we'll always lose 19 minutes because that's just how luck works. Cool. I'll take a short break and then we'll be back. Once we are we're back, we're going to start looking at some of the potential bottlenecks and see if we have some issues on the production. Maybe we start science as well, just because why not, right? Cool. See you guys in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for joining this fine evening for our farewell to Dyson Sphere Program in, for now at least. There, let's do a save. What are we calling it? We'll call it 102. I think I already have a 101, so we'll call it... What? I have a 102. Weird. 103. Ugh, there we go. And let's have a look at the save file just to check. 623. It's a bit much. And Mr. Me, you said one of the stars is almost complete. Oh yeah, that one. That looks good. Looking good. And we actually picked up a bit of speed while not doing anything. And we're still launching. Okay, so it's also really up to you if there's something you'd like to see, but I have some things I'd like to do as well. First of all, I think we'd like to, just because the whole thing is here, we also need some power. I think we want to go with an upgrade here, or do we want to continue on this one? We're down to 9.52% of mining productivity, or yeah, mining speed 500 would be nice. Let's take a few of these there. Good. And then we'll take it from there. What does it say? How long does it say? It takes 75 minutes at this rate. Do we want to say is nothing compared to the data used for real astronomy simulations? Yeah, but this is not real astronomy simulations, so I still think it's a lot, if that's okay. Let's have a look at this before saying goodbye to almost 3 gigawatts of power. Yay! But there's no way for me to extract the power because I have no real estate in this system at all. I wish there was a button to disable all the stuff that isn't built, so that you only displayed the stuff that was built, so you could really see what is missing and what is built. Like so far, it's just like. It is like the solar cell coverage is like a 16-year-old trying to grow a beard. There's a bit here and a bit there, and that's it. But it's not really something that can be any kind of coherent. Are we going to finish the game? Yes, we're going to do the finish one. Good evening. Hey, Undergoats. Just wanted to pass along. I haven't been able to watch much DSP, so consequently don't understand everything, but the game is beautiful. Cool, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, it's been it's a weird experience for me because I'm leaving it when it's still super popular, right? There's lots of views on the videos and people go like, yeah, we want more, but like there is no more. This is all there is. I can't keep doing the same videos. There is no more. I want to do more, but there is no more. So I can only hope that I can sort of build the same kind of interest in the content for Satisfactory. Right, so we are going to start going to... Where are we going? To Algol. Where are you? If you see it, you just yell and go, there. There. Thank you. Gotta hit it exactly. Next to that star. Thank you, Possibly Dangerous. That was a good description. Yeah, so while we are warping, we can talk a bit of what's your FPS now. It's up to 18, so yeah. In terms of Satisfactory, there are some things that I have that I'm currently, there's no guarantee, but there are some things I'm thinking about design-wise. So one is no trains. Trains are really bad, and I get super annoyed when building trains. First of all, it takes forever to build the infrastructure. They're super annoying to build because they just clip all the time, and yeah, so and they're not that great. So it's going to be all belts, And the other one is I want to build tall. Why do you want to build tall? Well, because then you can kind of see it from everywhere, and the second part is then it's going to be fun when I fall down. But aside from this, I don't really know. I'm kind of thinking like, oh, we can have one floor for everything, for anything, and then go like, oh, the first floor is going to be for iron, and the second floor is going to be for copper, and then third floor is going to be. But I don't think that's the right way to do it. But I don't know how else I want to do it. But that's basically. I am definitely not using the train. Train is awful. I'm definitely making on platforms, but I don't think I'll just go tall and just build the platforms above. I'll build the platforms sort of wherever I started, and then I'll build the next layer and the next layer and the next layer, and then spread out and figure out what I'm going to do. I have no idea, but I think that everything will sort of be in layers. Trains are fine, you just have to know how to work around the bugginess. Wow, you sound like a developer if I ever heard one. They're fine, except for all the bugs, of course. Yeah, but that's the problem. Yeah, just don't do that. Okay, so scheduling and collisions and trackling and clipping, just work around those. But what is there left then? Yeah. Can you do a tutorial on chem lab recipe and titanium alloy? I don't think that's not something I do a tutorial on, because that's just like you can build it like this. I don't think there's anything interesting to it. I want to do tutorials on concepts, not on sort of this is how you build titanium alloy, this is how you build frames, this is how you build organic crystal. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't go for something like a mega base, smaller bases spread around the world, better for FPS 2. Yeah, but that's boring. And you know what? Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll just go like, oh, it's just that's how I always do it, and it's really difficult in Satisfactory to make any kind of service-oriented architecture or microservice architecture, because you don't have sort of any good measures of inbounds and outbounds. So basically it means that if you want two services to communicate, you have to draw a belt or a train line between them, and that's just insane. Trains and trucks. Trucks offer the advantage of being silly and even more buggy. And they bounce off, and I love it when I've had a continuous discussion with Sergeant Pepper about trucks, and he loves them. And then I come into his chat and go, oh yeah, that's nice. I see you have trucks here. Yeah, they're working perfectly. I don't know why you're saying it. And then it goes like poof, and one of the trucks flies off the road. He goes like, that's never happened before. It's like, well, that's why I don't use trucks. I mean, it's fun because for anyone who's been around for long enough, remember the pit of shame, where the trucks, if you looked at the trucks, they would always fall into a specific pit. That was the pit of shame where trucks, they went to die. But if you looked the other way, they were fine. But as soon as you looked at them, they would just tumble down into the pit of shame. That's also one of the things that I cannot wrap my head around that. I know why it's done like that, but I can't wrap my head around the fact that it's kind of a Heisenberg's uncertainty principle for trucks. No, that's not Heisenberg's. What is it? What is the principle where you cannot observe a thing without interacting with it, which means that if you look at a truck, it changes behavior, which is literally what happens. Schrodinger's truck. Yeah, it's a Schrodinger's truck. Will it fall into a pit or not? You only know if you observe it. Yeah, but that's not that's the choice. Which one is it? I'll go 1. I'll shoot for that one then. I think it's I'll go 1. See, that was not a long flight. Wakey wakey. Swoosh. Yeah, okay, it's correct name. Okay, but it probably also has a correct English name. Yeah, but the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is that's it, right? That's the part that you cannot. How is it? That if you know the location, you don't know that? I can't remember how it is. You can't measure both the speed and location of a particle at the same time. Yes. Yes. Kind of. But that's not even what I'm looking for. It's just that there is also a principle about that you can't observe an object without interacting with it. So, observer effect. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. Yeah, you actually change it, which is exactly what happens. So they are definitely quantum trucks. If you don't look at them, they follow the path. But if you look at them to see if they follow the path, they will not follow the path. Like, how? Yeah. See, you can see here, some of these are not being consumed fast enough, and some are being consumed fast enough. And you can also see we're starting to drain. I wish you could monitor how much is actually left on a planet, because doing this on calculating how much is a bit tiring, because they're now partially filled. They were all fully saturated when we started this. Well, not all of them, not the last ones, they were not. I kind of feel that we don't need to have so much stockpile anymore. The first one has been emptied, so if I take this stockpile out, now the only thing that can stockpile is this part. There is a very, very small chance that it's not gonna work. But it seems like this one has been consumed first anyway, so it'll probably continue to be consumed first. Yeah, so this one has also been expanded by quite a bit. Sorry. This is where we are making the frame material. And, well, it's keeping up. But this one actually might be titanium alloy. Might be a bit inadequate, maybe, even. Or soon it might be inadequate. Let's look at this planet particularly. Production. Go to local planet. Local planet. And total 379,000. So basically this one has to produce 21 plus, so it has to produce 52,000 more carrier rockets before it has launched all of them. 52,000 at a rate of 500 per minute, around about 500 per minute, right? That's gonna be 1,000 minutes. That's a bit long, isn't it? If you know is continuing the gift up from Bartek. Thank you. Thank you, if you know. And thank you, Bartek, for recruiting. 100 minutes. Well, 100 minutes is about perfect timing. That's actually exceptionally perfect timing, if that's correct. Yeah, 1,000 minutes, 100 minutes. You know, just a factor 10 off. Who cares? It's not important. So we built some, and then it's been full, and then I built some more stockpile, and then it was full. And then I just said, no. I'm going to be building like massive. Forgot who gifted me a sub a month ago. Well, Baked Beans, you can check out who it was, maybe. Space warpers. Actually, let's look at the entire cluster and look for warpers. They're on 3, aren't they? What? Where are warpers? Where are warpers? Oh, there they are. Yeah, so we're producing 800 and we're consuming 767, but we could easily produce more. So you can see it's... The consumption is actually rather steady, which I think is nice, but yeah. So let's see, what would be the first thing to run out? One of the things I think that actually will run out is going to be our solar sails. And that's happened over at Iota Corvi. So let's go to that one. If we can find it. There. You can see from here, from this location, straight line out to the black hole. That's all of them just transporting transporting solar sails. Yeah, if there's anything you want to particularly see, or we should go through, or we should review, then this is the best opportunity for doing that. We're gonna go basically visit all of our active planets just to go through it and see. First, we'll just take a trip and just see if things seem to be working. And once we think they are working, we might actually be in a competition between rockets and green science for the quantum chips. Yeah, that could be bad. There's something there. No. It's actually nice that we can still do that one. Yeah. So we can still actually get a good view of it. And what about 1 hour? Oh, it hasn't even run for 1 hour. Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator that the 35 is actually the calculation time. The main thing that I haven't figured out about this game is how to compute ratios before I build something and let it run for a while. Any tips for factorial players? Whoops. Oh, I thought I was going way beyond it. Okay, here. Any tips for factorial players? Exactly the same. It's like it's exactly the same. You do it in Factorio. You figure out how much you want, and then you figure out, in order to get that, how many assemblers. I think how would I say this? Boom. Okay, so first you figure out how much you want. If you're saying I want 30 science per second, then you have to go back and say, okay, 30 of those science per second, that's going to be 30 of these, that's going to be 30 of these, that means I need 15 of these, that means, okay, so let me build 15 graviton lenses per second, and that means I'm going to need 60 of the Mark III assemblers in order to make that. So 15, I want 15 per second, but they're on a 6-second cycle, so 15 times 6, that is something. That's 90, and then divide by 1.5, because the crafting speed 1.5, you get 60. So you need to know that, all right, I need 60 assemblers to make 15 graviton lenses per second. All right, 60 assemblers. How much do you need? If you need 15 out, then you need 4 times 15 in, then you need 60 diamonds in. Okay, so 60 diamonds, that's going to be 2 full belts. Okay, so you need a design that that at the least has 2 full belts of diamonds, and the rest is kind of irrelevant. So probably I would build it as 4 rows of 15 and having them 2 belts of diamonds, and then the rest is just in and out. That's how I would do it. One thing I picked up along the way is to always build one more assembler than I can sustain to consume extras, as well as one less assembler than the belt can carry. Okay, that I would strongly advise against. That just seems so illogical way of doing it. Then you might as well just build whatever. If you're deliberately not building at ratio, there's really no point. This one I think is the bottleneck. Well, it's not actually bottleneck because it's just being consumed. How you get rid of excess hydrogen? I make sure it doesn't clog the production system, like in fires. First of all, just make some giant storage. Did we have some graphene builds on this planet? I think we have graphene builds, so that's a pretty good indicator actually. Yeah, here we have graphene. Yeah, so the first thing you do with graphene is, or with excess any hydrogen build, is you make sure that it has a big buffer. But of course a buffer is only a temporary measure. So you need to make sure that something somewhere is consuming more hydrogen than you have. And I don't know exactly, but it seems like they'd rather want to pick up from interstellar logistics stations than they want to pick up from orbital collectors. I don't think it's exactly accurate, but it does seem like it, because I have a silly amount of hydrogen coming from orbital collectors, and if they were consuming those exclusively, then this one wouldn't be used. So the fact that this one is keeping low, oh right, it's self-balancing. Okay, so how does that work? Orbital collectors will have a lot of hydrogen, like a stupid amount of hydrogen, way more than you can need. But the thing is, this one will have the advantage that you have vessels here. So when you see that this one goes to 1000, then this one can issue a command to one of these to go to anywhere that requests more hydrogen. But that can't, an orbital collector cannot do the same, because an orbital collector does not have any vessels. So the orbital collector is dependent on the 10 vessels. There we go, another one left. Let's look at the Casimir crystals. Each of my Casimir crystal builds takes 120 hydrogen per second, and I have 8 of those, I think. So each of those need 120 inbound per second, and it only has 10 vessels to use it. So those 10 vessels are going to be focused on grabbing things from the orbital collectors, go out there, pick up 1000, come back. But on top of that, I have all the provider things everywhere where I just make a bit of graphite and then have some excess hydrogen. They will also be able to push these towards my Casimir crystals. The charge is pretty low, yeah. Now it's good. Off we go. I have at no point burned anything. Burned hydrogen. And I have not at any point been jammed because of excess hydrogen, I think. Maybe in the beginning of it. If you're going to, if you are seriously having an excess of it, then convert it to deuterium. And then that should help until you have a giant production of rockets. That's the only thing that really consumes deuterium in large quantities. No, I'm not playing with infinite resources, but if I only consume 9.52%, then I am, for all intents and purposes, might as well playing with infinite resources. Next playthrough, I'm using all hydrogen for power. Oh, why would you torture yourself? That seems so awful. I wonder how many we actually have how much we have stockpiled here. See, these are small stockpile, but we know that. These are pretty good stockpile. Each stockpile here is 12,000? Yeah, 12,000 here. That's many 100,000. Oh! This is not working. What's up? Oh, right, it is working. It's just they're running at full speed. They're not idle, are they? Why are they? What? Oh, they're not. They are not idle. They just look idle because of the stupid frame rate. They are running at full speed. It looks like they're really slow, but they're not. It is working at full speed. Good. I was got worried about. Somehow this one is more enticing to pick up from. Who knows why? Yeah, stroboscopic effect. That's the same as the wheels going backwards, right? I think it's, yeah, just very low frame rate means that it doesn't update very much. Okay, so this is our production of this. Okay, cool. So I am I'll be happy to. I have only 900 science, and my GPU goes around at 90 Celsius. That doesn't seem good. Yep. That seems a bit much to run your GPU at 90. That seems like you don't have the right settings for the cooling. Yeah. I mean, I don't know very much about it, but running at 990, I know that modern GPUs are running hot compared to the olden days. For reference, let me look at mine is 55, my pathetic old NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti. And yeah, it's at 55 and the fan is just on half the time. And everything else is, the processor is running around 50 degrees. The motherboard is between 40 and 55. One of them is a bit high. And then my water cooling is at a steady 39. So it looks very comfortable. Honestly, it just can't keep up. I actually had to change my settings for the fan because it was just over aggressive. Tomorrow I'm gonna order my new PC. Yell at me if I haven't done that tomorrow. All right, what we're gonna do is we are going to take a trip down memory lane. Boop. Going back to our start. When do we get to know the specs? When it's ordered and here. It's not going to be, I mean, you can probably pretty much imagine what it's going to be like. I'm waiting for the 11th generation of the Intel processor, and then we're at the top of the line, and I'm going to get a Asus RTX 3080. And what else do we want to know? A gigantic power supply. I have 2 times capacity. 2 times 2 terabytes of SSD hard drive plus, I don't know, 100 terabytes of. Oh, hello! I found my planet of a sort of normal old-fashioned storage. Hey, there we go. Nope. Nope. I don't know if 100, I think, how much RAM? 64, I think. No, it's not going to be 100 terabytes. It's going to be way less than that because it's kind of expensive. It's actually cheaper to just dump storage. It's cheaper to buy it on Google. And then an extra sign. What was the question? The RAM. The RAM. What RAM? How much? Why does it not say? Oh, hello, Bartek. A little support for the new PC. Thank you. Funny how it doesn't say anything about the RAM. Oh, there it is, 64. Why a new power supply? Why a new power supply? Because the 3080 is a monster, and they run more efficiently if they're not running at 100% utilization. So you'd rather have a big power supply that runs at 60% than you want a smaller one that runs 100%. Yeah, we're gonna do that, of course. Looks like the train indicator is broken again. Is it? Yeah, it looks like it's broken. But I mean, there's always the easiest way to get it to work is just enabling the hype train. Then it automatically starts again. Yeah, the 3080. Yeah, exactly. So that's like a 1200 watt power supply. All right, so we are back. Trip down memory lane. I have actually deliberately left one of the first constructions I made on this planet. Why not AMD? I've always used Intel, and I have no reason to not like Intel. So, Calendrox, I can get it at the price that it is, but there's going to be a 2-month wait for it. I don't mind. That's the agreement I have. They said that we can get it, and this is the price, but it's in backlog, so you'll. And I was like, I'm not in any kind of rush to get the new PC. It's just, I like to place my order. I like to buy it, pay for it, and then you can get all the stuff. And if it takes 2 months to get it, it's fine. I have no problem with that. So, I don't know, and maybe maybe I won't get it. So, and George, thank you for the 7 months. Good to see you. Let's fix it. Well, just the two of you is not gonna fix it. Oh, hey, Odin's. Gold seems lonely. Yeah, but it just reset today, so that's why it's lonely. Thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Right, so this is where we started up our. This is the first thing that I built in. I think actually one of the first episodes, although I built it only with blue and reds at that point. But the blue science build here has not moved since the beginning. It's been changed from sort of the default part, but this is the location I placed the first ones in, and they have not moved. Extra Raven, yes, it is the last stream. So this is basically the starting area, very much starting area, right here. And the first thing I did, which is actually something that was super popular in the first week of the game, was making a solar band. I don't know if I want to do that next time. It didn't really, the only thing it was like, it takes half an hour and then you're done. Thank you, Hazala. The nice thing was that I had 300 megawatts of power just like that. No problems at all. And I don't think I want to discount that in a future playthrough. Exactly, Artbug. That's exactly my point. It's first of all, it's cutting across right where you want to build things. But on the other hand, what I've learned is that I never cut across. I would never cut across this. So it's only like things like the oil extractors and stuff like that. So what I think I would probably do instead is make it more like we did on the second planet, where I probably make like one band around here, and then some of the fault lines further up, like between the middle one. Probably like, instead of making 5 lines here, I would maybe make 1 line here, because, well, then I know where it's there, and then make another line here, and then make another line here. That would give us 3, 4, 5 lines on here, and that would basically say this is the prime locations for building. Anything Else then we have these smaller bands up here that get closer to where we have our polar hub if when we build that. And this is our import thing. One thing that for the next playthrough I would do is that I think I'd want to do is actually just for the challenge of it, basically saying that I will not use the belt gates for the interstellar logistics. Maybe not as sharp as that, but basically saying that I want to get things into the planet at a central location and then distributed on the planet. That's what I did for the first planet, and I actually like that idea, especially in the beginning. Later on, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, but... And then we have sort of like small residual builds. This is something I... Oops. Rebuilt. Yeah, oil is infinite. Yes, that's correct. Oil is probably a good idea just to use that. The thing is, like in the beginning, you're looking at each oil and go like, it's 2 per second. I don't have much. This is one of the best builds. Would you do the full quadrant for solar panels like you did on second planet? Nope, I don't. I don't want to do that. I think that's too much work and it's too constraining, and it ends up just every time you build something you have to pick it up. So I don't think I want to do it. Having central inbound outbound locations for interstellar logistics towers. I think ILT. I think it's called ILS, but okay. That's the one, but never did. Yeah, the thing is, it's just so much easier to only use these that it just feels bad that I probably won't do it, because what happens is that you will end up going like, okay, I'm going to request something that's off planet, so now I have to place a planetary logistics location that requests, but I can't request from anywhere, so right next to it I have to place an interstellar so that I can request it there and then ferry it from the interstellar to the planetary and then use it. And I go like, that's stupid. It is. Yeah. But this is one of my best things. Once I build, this is one of the things that I would just say, if you don't build this, you are just making everything more difficult for yourself. You could build it however you like, but every single building, you must have it accessible on every planet for requests. That is absolutely. It's just, yeah. You folks, the frame rate of the stream is good, 60, but the frame rate of the game is bad, 16. And this is just so nice to have, even if you don't expect to use it. And I'm sure that in the beginning you're like, yeah, but I'm not going to use that many of these. I mean, do I really need to? The few I need, I can just craft them. I'll just handcraft them. Let me tell you something. Let me put this one down, and then we can see something interesting. This is Interstellar Station number 1282. That's how many I've placed. I think that's more than most people have done. So you don't want to handcraft those. Please don't handcraft it. Oh, this one's running out of something. Ah, weird. I'll just double it and then do that one. There you go. Can't be running out of diamonds. Psh, psh, boop. More. You only have 585. Psh. Ah. This one is also really neat. To be honest, I'm just gonna go. This is more of a trip down memory lane. This is for my tutorial on the extension of. This is basically the jumpstart base here. Jumpstart base, jumpstart base, jumpstart base, jumpstart base, and stops here. And then you extend it, and you put it into logistics locations here. And then combine it with. Where are you? Oh, you're over here. That was the only place I could find space for it. Here. this is also an extra one. This just makes the stuff that you're going to be using the most built. I would also say that for the next playthrough, when you start looking at these things and you go like, oh, 6 per second, that's fine. I don't need more. I don't need more. Yeah, that's fine. And well, when going from assembly machine 1 to 2, that's going to be a huge bonus because you don't have to multiply by 0.75 anymore. You can just actually just do it. So assembly machines Mark II are great. I would just say, just build it. Just get it done. Focus on getting these upgrades. These green turbines, they might seem expensive, but just get it done. Just get it done. You want this. These are kind of expensive, but you know, just get it done. Because once you have it, then you can ignore everything else. And I think that the good thing about this game, which is kind of the same as Satisfactory, not so much like Factorio, but once you build something, it doesn't, even if it's just slow, then at least it's building something. And just by the fact that it's building something, then you go do something else, and when you come back, there's like 1,000 of it. Like, yes, that's pretty good. They're basically logistics just. Yes, you facts, that is absolutely correct. And then the writing here, it's necessary because everything is a complete mess on this planet. The power fix for upgraded assemblers killed my base. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is. Right. Let's look at... That was the first planet. So let's look at what we did on the second planet. Our first expansion. Because I think it's also interesting sort of retrospectively to think about what is it actually what are the things we want on the second planet. The second planet, what we want from that is silicon and titanium. You don't really have that on the starter planet. So silicon and titanium, that's what you want. Thanks for the content. Yeah, thank you, Hilathon. And you're always welcome to lurk. And don't worry, we'll be coming back to this at some other time when there's more content, or I just miss it, or I get angry with Satisfactory. Right, so what we have here is my first attempt at some kind of structure. I really like the structure, but I may have gone a bit overboard with all of these the other way, right? So I like it, but I don't really like it, because as soon as I build it, then the first thing you do afterwards is just start ripping it apart, because you need to start mining things anyway. And then I started just doing random stuff on this. Look at, hey, Miss Tiffany, nice tour. Wow, 1,000 bits. That's so nice. I should have thrown it in when there was an attempt to start a hype train. Oh, by the way, this thing I actually really like. These lines of no concrete, that actually looks really good, because it also works when you're when you're further out, before it renders all the stuff on the overlay. It still renders concrete, no concrete, so you can actually see the concrete, no concrete pattern. Yeah, don't care about mines on this planet. On this planet, the key things, we started testing the idea of these, but since I'm not launching anything around the orbit anyway. See here, I tested what it would look like if I was doing the vertical, and I don't like it. It's just, it doesn't work for me, at least. This thing though, this is the first one I built where I was like, hold on, except for the fact that they are not powered. Hold on, between these and skip one, there is exactly room for this. Right now, this one actually isn't full because it's not 30 deep, it's like 28 or something. But the fact that when I discovered that I could make exactly a full belt consumed between two meridians here, like on 1/10 of the planet, it was like, yep, that's it. That's how we're going to build from now on. Always, always, always. Started building other big things. This is more like it. But again, this is also where the problem comes in. Like, is this a good place to make iron? No, it's inconsistent. So next, this is how I'm supposedly supposed to power it with these exchanges. No, these are chargers. Very weird. A lot of these things are just very temporary. But and again, I was learning. I was a wee lad back then. Then there is one more planet that for some reason I never really used a lot at this location. Four. Should be. Oh, there is Kappa Sagittari 4. Oh, I'm not far enough. Is it a mistake to transport ore between logistic stations? No, definitely not. It is. I would go so far as to say it is the right way to do it. I would not smelt on site. This planet is primarily also, again, this one I experimented with setting up like interstellar stations sort of in the middle of each location, but then I figured that didn't always work, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it made sense, but it was also experimenting with how close I could make it and how close I should make it. So you can see there is no polar hub on this one. This is in a time before. This is our first titanium smelting, I think. Like first real titanium smelting. Yeah, that's pretty much run out of everything except titanium. Interesting. Endgame is sort of lacking, except like, well, honestly, if Endgame is lacking, I don't know what to say about Factorio. Factorio Endgame is even more boring than this. Imagine, like, if you just compare it, in here you have infinite science, you have many different infinite science, so you can optimize many different things. You also have that in Factorio, but there's only really one that's worthwhile, which you can kind of say it's the same as the veins utilization here. So that kind of overshadows all the other ones. But, you know, it's very much, this part is very much the same as Factorio Endgame. Except this one also has Dyson spheres. So I don't know if Factorio has lots of Endgame, then I don't know what this one doesn't have. What do you mean with the final DSP stream in the title? I mean that it is the final DSP stream. Sorry. I'm not going to be streaming this anymore. I've completed what I wanted to do in this game, so I'm going to take a break until there is going to be more content for Dyson Sphere Program, because I mean I can barely run the game at this point. I can barely run it, and I appreciate it, DJ Flawless. I just have to say like what would I do to continue? I don't know what to do. Even today, I'm just roaming around because there's nothing. All right, good night, Michael. See, someone as loyal as Michael is going to bed because he realized there's nothing left to do. It's an absolutely phenomenal game. I've just crossed the 300-hour mark. It's a phenomenal game. And if you get 300 hours worth of gaming out of a, I don't know, $20 game or $18 game, it's a pretty good deal. So. So that's I'm still going to do a few tutorials more and a few videos on YouTube, but that's yeah. But I mean, if I come back to this in 3 months, then I'm going to be having a fresh perspective, and there will be several new things instead of just going day by day and just hoping that there's going to be something new here every day, and that doesn't seem likely at this point. It seems like they are working on something and they haven't really communicated for a while. So when I got here, this is my first warping location. Is that? Yeah, that must... Look at how busy the Anchor 2 is. There. Anchor 2. Very busy planet. Oh, by the way, before we land it here... Subscribe. But isn't it the same like Victoria where you find your own challenges? Yes, absolutely. But the thing is I don't think I can find enough new challenges to really keep me going in this game. This is our primary power that powers pretty much the entire galaxy. It only has 55 structure points because what I did here, which is retrospectively a bit of a mistake, these blocks are very big. They're actually the maximum size. While here, these are also like from here to there. It's just one line, and that meant it, yeah. So yeah, that's how it was built. But anyway, let's continue on our journey and figure out what we learned and what we didn't learn. This is actually one of the really good planets, I think. Fully terraformed. Look at how many are going in and out. Wow. That's pretty busy. Give more O bonus than it costs to research. Yes, it does. And I remember when we actually used these. We're like, I need to land. I need to refuel. Yes. When fuel was an actual issue. So what is it we're actually producing here? We're producing circuits. They are being produced at vast quantities. We are producing some deuterium. Interesting, actually, that I am... Okay, I'm going to make like the smallest of optimization here. Now it loads twice as fast in there. There. So now it can actually empty these, because previously if it goes in at 30 per second and goes out for 30 per second, then I can never empty it. Now at least I will be able to empty this one. Currently looks a lot like crashing. Yeah, I know. It's exactly the same as in Factorio. I would love to have a better animation for parking close to power poles, but it really looks like I'm crashing into them. But I'm not. I'm just parking very close to them. And I think that's definitely a bug that they need to fix, so that it doesn't look like you're actually crashing into power poles. Here we're making our critical photons. That's kind of the only thing we're doing here. I think they made something that was annoying and had to be managed in the early game, like Icarus Fuel, and made it obsolete by endgame. So it's something you don't have to worry about. Yep, I agree. It's also a very nice design. I have not played Mindustry, and I have not played Factorio Town, and I have not played KSP, and I have not played RimWorld, and I don't intend to play any of them. Oh, look at that. We're actually running out of... How could we run out of this? Is that the same thing? Yeah, it's the same thing, that I'm simply not getting enough inbound here. Maybe a bit silly, but I'm unable to get enough of this outbound, so with a little help. There we go. Go faster. At least it will empty this. Then this conclusion is that I'm simply not mining this fast enough. So embarrassing, the fact that I'm running out of sulfur. So embarrassing. Yeah, these are being really strained. I remember when we built this, there's not actually many episodes ago, where I ended up just building it to 120 per second of titanium ingots and went like, oops, that might be a bit too much. And now I'm actually struggling. Alright, so this planet is also the first planet where we launched some rockets from. Obviously, since we have our first sphere. And you can see the evolution of what we did here. At this point, I thought that was enough. Ha ha ha. But there are some pretty expensive or power-intensive builds on this one. And here we have the first iteration of the polar hub. I think that was when I realized that I needed to be able to do this. Hello, Patrick. Could you add an island in the middle of the lake? Maybe, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to bother with that. It is what it... Oh, look at that. Look at that. There's another tower of uselessness. Really? No. Oh, I can't. Hmm? I can't believe I did not consider this one to be a problem. Did not realize that it would be a problem. There you go. Now they're filling it up faster. Hopefully that works. There we go. So all of this is flowing. This one is not flowing fast enough. Subtle changes that might do just a tiny bit of difference, although unlikely. There you go. Just more spaghetti in there. It'll, I don't know if it'll fix, but it'll smooth over just for a bit. Anyway, this one is where we go. Boom. Yeah. So this is... Oh, we also have Anchor 1. Anchor 1 was colonized way later. So I'm just... Oh, I can't even jump there. If you have to watch YouTube tutorials for a game, then something is wrong with the game, I think. That's a dangerous proposition to have for me. I think that... I agree that if you have to have like a wiki open or a YouTube tutorial open in order to play the game, then yes. If you do it to improve your game, then I have no problem. But if it's something like you really... Hey, Timbo! 26 months. I'm getting old. Yeah, you are at least 26 months old. Thank you for the tier 2. Alright, so we are going to just park here. Scribble, scribble, scribble. And I'm going to take a short break, and we'll be back. And in 2 minutes, I'll be back. And then once we're going to do that, we're going to continue on our jump. Actually, after the break, I think we'll do one big jump back to our project just to catch up, because now it's run for 2 hours. Let's see how it's actually how it's hanging in there, right? So I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go away. Sorry, I'm got a bit delayed. So I just looked at the Twitch overlay of streamers, and so there's me, and the next one for the English, for anyone streaming English, it has 9 viewers. Like, all right, so it's pretty obvious that this cycle has passed for the interested. Yeah. All right, so this is number 1. This might actually be the only place we're building these horrible things. I think that's worrying, I think, but it is what it is. If it works, it works. Oh. Definitely more charging. Yeah. And what else do we have? We have one more thing that's big and interesting at this planet. I can't remember what it was. Oh, right. Yeah, so just a bit of... I was running out of steel, I guess. Was that really it? Nah. I must have built something more. There we go. That's it. It was the strange matter with a background of the very, very close star sphere. Yeah, this is taking quite a bit of energy. How much, actually? Yeah, 3 gigawatts. Yep, this is where we make all of our beautiful strange matter. All right. Let's jump back to... We will come back here again. Unless we want to... Oh, I think we want to just jump by GD Prime. It's our science planet. Maybe. If only I knew where it was. Maybe that one? No, that's Anchor. If you can find it, let me know. Because I'm in the middle of things, then I don't know. They could be anywhere. There it is. There it is. Go. Space-based Startopia might be worth a glance. KV, I've been contacted several times by the developers. I don't think it seems particularly interesting. I don't know. I like the... It's a game that I think I'd like to play on YouTube. So, rather than playing it, I'd like to watch someone else play it. Maybe they feel the same way. I mean, I have Satisfactory coming tomorrow, and then we have Evil Genius coming Friday. So that's gonna be the new things. And I mean, if I really also just had more time, then I would definitely be playing some Doom Eternal. The Rift Break, I don't know what that is. I can't remember. I've heard the name, but I can't really sort of associate it with anything. And here we have... Oh yeah, that's actually another sphere here. Where is it? There it is. Just want to see. Oh, look at that. Look at it. So happy. Let's see if it continues to be happy. If we're starting to see anything but full. It's like Factorio Death World, no belts, but more pew pew. Alright, so I like Factorio Death World, except the best part of Factorio is the belts and not the Death World, and definitely not the pew pew. So you're basically saying it's like Factorio, it's all the things you don't like about Factorio, all crammed into one. I don't think it's a game for me though, based on that description. If I want action, I'll play Doom Eternal or any kind of sort of action RPG. Evil Genius 2, yes. I got it, I played it a bit, and I can release content on Friday. So, check it out on Friday. And now we're gonna go far, far away. There, DSR. So aside from this, I think there are a few games in April as well. There's Fatadium. I think it's a game that I'd at least take a look at. Kind of sad though that KSP does not have a full model of an atmosphere above 70 kilometers. It does not. Okay. I think I can live with that. Yeah, Bright Sides. It's good. It's like when you read a book, you can't. I mean, are you gonna read it slower because then you can enjoy it for longer? Not really. Let's go here. And I also really want to get into playing more non-building games. But right now, honestly, let me be completely honest with you. Right, the next couple of months, I'm on a grind for the 100k subs on YouTube. Once I get that, I will hopefully probably relax a bit. And by that, I mean, except that I'm going to be doing things that are not necessarily generating new subs, because honestly the difference between having 91,000 subs and having 100 subs is huge, but the difference between having 107,000 subs or 122,000 subs is completely irrelevant. So as long as it's like that magical 6-digit, that's what I really want to go for. So that's why right now I'm really focused on the stuff that will be popular and can drive some new subscribers, and I don't want to do like game God of War, which I really like, but I'm gonna wait with those kind of things until we are on the other side of that milestone. I was kind of hoping I would make it by end of April, but that's not happening now. It's gonna be like end of May, I think. Unless we can do something magical with Satisfactory, but I don't think so, because that every single viewer for Satisfactory is already watching Kibitz all the time. So that's there are not really any viewers to grab there. Have you considered a weekly structure like day 9 with a day off? Yes, I have, but Dyson Sphere Program has been so all-consuming for me. I was actually doing that before Dyson Sphere. I was streaming God of War on Saturdays, because that was like, well, sometimes I'm streaming on Saturdays, sometimes I'm not. So if I do, then it's going to be a game that I wouldn't be playing Factorio, because people are just showing up for Factorio and scheduling around it. But that would be something like, hey, if you want to hang out and play some God of War, let's do that. But Dyson Sphere Program has just been so all-consuming for the last 2 months, both because it's been such an awesome experience, but also because it's been generating a lot of views. So so wanted to go all in on that. I'm still waiting for the following if you God of War. Oh, I want to continue. I want to. It's just right now, there's so many good games out there, and it's gonna be one of those like just continue when we can. Maybe Evil Tunes will get a lot of views. I don't know. I honestly don't think it's something that I'll be. I think it's gonna be a game that I'll play, and once you play through it once, then is it? Will you play it again with another character? I don't think so. That almost as much as watching Sekiro. Oh, and Sekiro is just one of my absolute favorite games of all time. And Elden Rings, if it ever comes out, Elden Rings, oh man, that's gonna be fun. But then again, I don't want. It's even more hype than Cyberpunk, so I don't know. I have to be careful about looking forward to it too much. Baldur's Gate 3, I looked at it, and then went like, no. It looks, and this is a big surprise, it looks very much like Baldur's Gate 2. And I don't like that way. It's an outdated way of making, in my opinion, it's an outdated way of looking at games. That top down, the thing, it just, yeah, I did not like any of the. I watched a bit of it and I was like, I realized my face was like this, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna play it because I can't be streaming like this for 4 hours. I have nothing good to say. Well, the only good thing I have to say about Cyberpunk is that I got a refund from PlayStation. It's the only positive thing I can say about Cyberpunk. And Boo73 booted. I don't know, whatever that means. What game? Elden Rings. Elden Rings is the Miyazaki and George R.R. Martin, which like good names to combine, making a Dark Souls MMO, a Souls-like MMO. No, not an MMO, open world. A Souls-like open world. All right, we see it. We see the laser. Oh, look at that. We can actually see it. Still shooting. Let's see if they're still synchronized. They look synchronized. That shot, that's like the best one. Like right when you just see the flame. Oh, don't hit me. Okay. Well, what a mess. Hey, Brightsides, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the community. Here's the next batch. So let's have a look at how much progress we've done. All right, look at that. They're starting to absorb. We have lots of stats we want to look at for this. Not much power. Where are we at? 240,000 out of the 403. So we might actually complete it by the end of the day unless we run out. That's going to be interesting. And but we are not. How many have we launched here? Ooh. What? I can't see the numbers. It's only 360,000. Yes, 370,000 up here. That's pretty far away from 8 million. Shooting way too many sails. I'm not shooting way too many sails. I just don't consume them fast enough. Solar sails. We're still producing way too many. But it's true. We're producing way too many. Interesting how this one just spiked. The consumption. How did the consumption just suddenly spike? That makes no sense. But if I look at it now. If I look at it 1 minute. Now I'm consuming more than I'm producing. No. They're just expiring. Crap. Yeah. But look at this. This number. 12.1, 12.5. So I'm not launching too many. I have now reached the point where I'm actually balancing, and if in an hour, in an hour's time or half an hour's time, then I'm going to consume more. Yeah, so the consumption is gradually going up, but the solar cells staying constant. The structure point is a bit low, actually. Should be closer to 4,000. No, they have 1 hour lifetime because of the research here. They have a total lifetime. Solar cell life, 1 hour. I wonder if we could look at the Dyson Sphere overlay. We can't see how many nodes are produced, but like there are definitely some nodes that are just not started at all. So since these nodes are not even started at all, then there's definitely a lot of things that could. I wonder if that's actually going in here. Nope, it's not a. Let's see where these ones are going. To that one? Yeah, I have 200 inbound. And now that number is steady because now that's everything we need for this one is going in. It's already assigned, and then it'll start finding another node somewhere that wants something. So there's definitely a lot of nodes that are just not built at all. If they only count when the ship reaches the nodes, it could be lower while the ships hit the far side of the planet. It could be lower. Maybe, but yeah, I don't think. I think it'll balance out over time, so I don't think that's the case actually. Here, but there's still like lots and lots of stuff. It doesn't seem like it's no, it's not at all like proximity based. Obviously, proximity based would also be a strange concept considering it's rotating. Actually, it would make much more sense if it was proximity based. So it's going to be at least another hour before we start seeing. No, it's definitely not the order I placed it in, because if the order I placed it in, then this one would also be done, because I obviously do the stars at once, and then I did the stars first, and then I did this greater star, then I did the small star, this sextagrams, and then I did these at the end. So that's clearly not how it works. It's, for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's random. And let's fly into it. Yeah, this feels so messy in this view. It's much nicer from the inside, actually. Look at that. We can start seeing stars here being formed. I think it's going to be looking absolutely wonderful when it's completely done. but I have no idea how long it's going to be. And unfortunately, I'm running out of League of Legends games to watch because the spring season, the spring split is over, and nothing until about a month from now. And watching the American League of Legends, it's so boring. Is that a black hole? Yes, it is, Donnie. Yes, it is. Except I can look through it, so don't really, yeah. Start watching Dota? No. I'm pretty sure that Dota and League of Legends are exactly the same. Like, if you like one, you would probably like the other. But there's also a matter of sort of loyalty, and I like teamfight tactics, and therefore I like the League of Legends heroes, League of Legends worlds, and therefore I have no interest in ever looking at Dota, because then I have to learn something new in the world and all of that crap, and I have no interest in it. So I like the League of Legends. I think also Riot Games does an absolutely phenomenal job at hyping and production value, and I don't know about Dota, but I think the European casters are phenomenal in what they do. Oh, see, that's a new one being formed. Got hooked on Heroes of the Storm for a bit. Well, okay. That if you like one or the other, which is why I hate both. Okay, good. Sim Heroes was so late to the party because it was so much fun. Oh, no. I just, yeah, I don't know. It's not like League of Legends are a unique and innovative concept. It's just ripping off the Dota mod for Warcraft, like and just making it better and doing all of the production value around it. Yeah. Still looks absolute. Since when does a black hole emit starlight to catch its source? Since when? Since forever. So that's kind of one of the attributes of a black hole, that they have an accretion disk around it, where I mean, I shouldn't be able to look through it, that I'll give you, but all the stars that are being consumed and torn apart by the black hole, they will shed a lot of light before they enter into the event horizon. And that's what you're seeing. I like that you don't define better. Better? Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think that's a fair assessment of doing it better. I'm not saying better than Dota, but better than the mod. And you can also say better because it's a bigger game, so, and more popular. So somehow that must be better, right? You can see stars in the black hole. Yeah, that's such a classic, right? That's like when you draw the moon as a crescent, and then you can see stars through the moon. It's like, that's not how it works. But I mean, Riot is very good at finding concepts and copying, like Valorant, for example. Like, oh, we also want a team-based shooter. All right, boom, Valorant. Were those stars, or were they were just part of the swarm? They're not stars. They're part of the swarm on the other side. Boom, epics. And they're also working on an MMO and a fighting game. And they have Legends of Runeterra, which is awful. The card game. And then TFT, of course, which is Underlords, which is the same as Auto Chess. So, I mean, they're just like, oh, this is a thing. Let's build that. The black hole is absorbing all the subscriptions. Yes, it is. I mean, that's why there's been a lack of subscriptions tonight. The black hole is absorbing all the subscriptions. There we go. Oh yeah, we wanted to go to that location. Better marketing team can agree with. Dota has more prize money. Yeah, I mean, since I haven't watched Dota, I don't know. But what I'm saying is that Valorant is very good at sort of taking a concept and then just going all in and just making it big. And whether that's TFT or Valorant or League of Legends or whatever their new MMO or Runeterra or anything, they have they have the pedigree to build it, like Blizzard could do in the old days, right? Hey, Two Fang, thank you for the 3 months. The one thing I don't sort of particularly like about the way League of Legends does it, I don't know how Dota does it, is the fact that they own the league. I understand why they want to do that and retain control of it, but it kind of sucks. So the greenish ones here are the ones that break out of the swarm and now start going in these strands into any one of these. So we should be seeing that it first gets thicker, which is what we have here, and then it gets thinner as they start exiting. And all of that has to circle one more time around, I guess. The consumption rate should be going up. Yes, now the consumption rate is greater than the rate. And of course, there's a lot of expiry as well. Oops. Because that's all the stuff that was launched an hour ago. Chufang, this is the last DSP stream for the time being. I'm definitely going to return to it, but I'm not going to be just tomorrow starting a new series. So tomorrow I'll be starting a new series of Satisfactory, but we're pretty much done with this game by now. Because, well, I mean, it doesn't really get bigger than this. So the game is super pretty. When is update 4 coming out? Tomorrow. Heavier focus on trains? Nope. I will have 0 trains this time because trains are fucking awful. They are rage quit inducing. The trains are just... This is the one thing I don't get really with Satisfactory, is that they make a new thing and they make it 60% done, throw it into the game, and then they just leave it there. Like, polish, please? Or maybe 80%. But like, wait, trains! And they go like, yeah, when are they going to complete it? It's been more than a year and trains are still broken. So if you can't do schedules, they don't have collisions. They break all the time, and the rails are super impossible to actually connect. Yeah. So no. A live card satisfactory chain can warp inside each other. Yeah, that's one of those things where like, come on. I mean, it's fine for the first when it's an early access, but you can't keep going like that. And this is why it kind of bugs me that like, why add batteries and all that crap instead of fixing the stuff that they added into the game? That's where Factorio Whoop would have implemented something. Of course, they would not have implemented something 80%. They would have implemented 95%, but they would work on it until it was 99.99, and then they would move on to the next. But this whole thing with like, okay, we started to add gases. Like, okay, how about addressing some of the other issues? It's weird. It's a weird choice. But I think it's, on the other hand, it's also really easy to get stuck, just keep improving stuff that's already there based on feedback and ideas and then sort of never move on. So that's the flip side of it as well, which you can also argue that Voop has been polishing the same game for the last many years instead of adding new features. They are very, very slow at adding features, and they can also sort of fault them for that. So I think it's both options are a bit more of a temperamental thing. Better to have less features that are 100% done. Yeah, that depends. I mean, I would agree, but I would also have a smaller but complete feature set instead of that. But if you think about the developers who made Goat Simulator, then I guess their mentality is more features are better, even if they're broken. Just 80/20. Yes, I agree. I agree to a certain extent, at least. But there's a bit about the sort of the, like, how stable has Dyson Sphere Program been, right? It's whoop, it happened. We bounced. That's the first time I've seen that. Not the first time. I've seen it a few times. I'm actually completely out of control now. Nice. Um, it's so difficult to hit this damn planet. Try again. There we go. Okay, yeah. So how stable is Dyson Sphere Program? Oh, it's steady. It's stable, all right. I mean, how many bugs have we found? Less than a handful. It's so low that it's rivaling Factorio in terms of bugs. And it's 5 people. And it's super beautiful and very, very feature complete. And then, of course, there's a lot of things that are different in Satisfaction. You can't compare apples to oranges and all of that. And the fact that it's a handcrafted world takes immense amount of other dimensions. But my point is that I'm so happy about Dyson Sphere because it's so polished. I don't know how many times I've just applauded the game for being so polished and functional and well performing. Like, imagine how much crap we have going on in this galaxy and it still runs. It's struggling, but it runs rather well, actually. And that's just one of the things where I'm like, it is such a joy to play a game that feels polished. Where it's just like, yes, this is even, and especially so when it's a small team, it's an indie game, it's an early access, then you get super surprised about it. So as the games get bigger, let's say I bought Jedi Fallen Order and it was full of bugs, then it would be like, no, it's EA. I mean, no, let's say it's a AAA studio, it's a polished game, it costs $60. No, I expect it to work. That's why I'm so angry with Cyberpunk, because that's not, they promised us a game and they gave us a shitty early access with technology that's 10 years old. That's why I'm angry with it. Right? Missing sorter copy paste. Yes, it's a bug they need to fix. What? Missing sorter copy paste? Towers deleting, don't. Missing sorter copy paste, that's not a bug. That's a feature. Right. And so the, for example, when I played Shapes.io, the bar by which I set for what I'm satisfied about, I mean, it's one guy, it costs $5. Okay, if I have a good time one evening, I'm happy, right? And I had many good evenings, so super happy. But on the other hand, AAA studio, hyped game, you expect something like Demon's Souls, which is super amazing experience, extremely polished. This is what you expect from a AAA studio. That wasn't even a AAA studio, that was a Blue Point. Or for something like Mortal Shell, for example, that was a small indie game that just completely blew me away on how awesome that was after a bit of get good. Yeah. So you know what? That's so. The bar, of course, is raised. The more you have to pay for it, the more it's getting marketed as a complete game, and yeah. CDR is a small indie studio, just like Blizzard. Yep. It. So anyway, that's why I can be, and Roop is about 20 something people now. That's a lot, but it's a Finnish game. And what about Coffee Stain Studios? Also, I'd get like 20 something people. So I'm gonna hold them to the same standard that I hold Loop. It's a established company that has a success, and it is a really, really nice game. I just wish they would finish some of the things they started. Oh, this is good. Oh, absolutely. CD Projekt Red is much smaller, yes, but it's the same size as a division of either of those, right? Because, for example, Jedi Fallen Order wasn't made by EA. It was under the EA umbrella, and it was made by... Can't remember who it was. But that was made... That was still, like... So that studio... I mean, how big is it? How big is CD Projekt Red? 500 people? I somehow it seemed like 700 people or something. That's a... Would you use trucks? I mean, I might use trucks a bit, but that's just for shits and giggles, because not because I think they're good, but just because we want to go have some Schrodinger's, some Heisenberg. Would we call them Heisenberg trucks or some Schrodinger's trucks? I don't know. I just wish it would. Over 1K. Okay, yeah. It's hard to grow from that size to... Hard to keep things collected. This is pretty good. Why is it not done yet? It's really difficult to see what the hell's going on here because it doesn't have any structures. Can you imagine getting 700 new coworkers? I can. I work for a company that got 20,000 new coworkers. Just no, yeah, 20,000 on one day. Just like, oh yeah, by the way. So, and it's the same thing because they're not going to be next to you anyway. But since it is a Polish company, and how do I say this? It's meant as a compliment, so take it that way. A lot of companies outsource to Poland, and when they do that, they go in and they need to scale up. They go like, all right, we need a development department, and we need 500 people, 500 developers, because we're outsourcing outsourcing all of our development to Poland. So we need 500 people. So there's a lot of expertise in Poland to scale up very rapidly. I mean, good luck trying to scale up in Denmark for getting that. I talked about it. I applied for a job in like right after I get fired. I had to apply for some jobs. So I applied for some jobs just though it's interesting for some release train engineer and in like a public domain, and they were building a department with 1,000 people, and currently they were just employing managers. So they were populating with 200 managers before they hired a single developer. Like, that's probably not going to be a very big success. That's going to be a million billion PowerPoints and procedures and processes, and then when the poor developers comes in, there's going to be 200 managers looking at the first one developer. I was like, that's just not going to work. That is not going to work. So, yeah. Imagine the efficiency of 200 to 1 manager to employee ratio. Yeah, that was the point was that I was applying for this job where I would have a team of 100 developers that would be, and I was like, awesome, 100 developers. I like that. That sounds interesting, because then you can run a proper safe release train with several scrum teams and do that. Man, that sounds interesting, lovely. And I talked to them, and they were explaining, and I started to go like, and they showed this organizational chart, and I was like, oh, wow, that's big. And then I realized that's just the department. There was just a full sheet of departments. I was like, oh. And there were names on some of them and vacancies, and they were like, okay, so you're starting by hiring all of these boxes, and that meant like, okay, so it's going to be one for tests, and one for automated test, and one for test procedures, and one for change management, and one for release management, and one for DevOps, and one for like so many things that are so overlapping, and you start by hiring one manager for each and go like, you are responsible for the department of automated testing. You have 0 employees, but you're going to be there. The only thing you can do is have meetings with the guy who is responsible for test procedures and the guy who is responsible for like the release cycle and the change manager, and you can have meetings and discuss procedures. And I was like, hold on. Do I have any developers? I asked. And I was like, oh, no, not yet. The first thing is we need to get the structure in place. Like, okay, when will I get the first developers? Oh, we expect summer next year. That was like 1 year later. It's like, okay, so you mean you want to hire me as a manager for 100 developers, and the first year of my employment, I don't have any developers. What the hell am I going to do? I'm just going to go from meeting to meeting. And then I was like, okay. And then I was more like curious because I knew that was not a job for me. But like, okay, but who will the developers actually be? Because, I mean, you're not going to hire 1,000 developers in Copenhagen because there are not 1,000 developers in Copenhagen. They just don't exist. Like, oh, right. Yeah, there'll be like Netcompany and PA Consulting and like, oh, right. So you hire expensive managers to manage expensive consultant developers. Wow. No wonder I have to pay so high taxes, because that was just an absolute shit show. Oh yeah, and the project they wanted to hire me from was a perfect Danglish combination of Danish and English. So VAT in Danish is moms, but they wanted to have like a one-stop system, so they call it one-stop moms. That sounded more like a dating site for picking up single moms. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You cannot have a project called One Stop Moms. But then again, maybe I would like to run that program. It's just, why? Well, maybe that's because they didn't hire their marketing department yet. I was just, it was 2 women who were conducting the interview, and I was like looking at them and going like, I can't say anything. I would just be kicked out immediately. I just couldn't say anything because I knew they would not. Like, One Stop Moms. Yes, one stop. No, never mind. I'm not PMI certified because I'm in Europe. I am Prince 2 Foundation and Practitioner, and I'm safe SPC. So and also IPMA B certified. So I got all them big ones. Who do you work for? It's not what it sounds like. Yeah. How could they not see it? Because I don't know. Because they were all women and they didn't think like I did. Regarding certification, I think it's an interesting topic. Certifications are both not worth it and very much worth it. So how are... Oh, finally we're getting this last star there. So what is it... So why are certifications in pretty much anything, doesn't matter what it is, but any corporate crap, why would that be worth it? Because when you apply for the next job and you're saying, I'm a project manager, if you tried hiring project manager, you will get hundreds upon hundreds of applicants, and it's really difficult to figure out which ones have been project management, and what that means is they maintain the Excel sheet for the department, and who have actually sort of been running risks and budgets and steering committees and all of that crap. It's really difficult. So a good proxy for experience is, what certifications do you have? Because that's someone who's been generally taking it serious in a serious organization. So it's a proxy for experience and expertise, that you just check which certifications, and that means you have 200 and you go like, all right, off with those. Now I only have 40. I can manage to actually read 40. And yes, I've been hiring a lot of those, so I do know what I'm talking about. So that's why it's worth it. That means if you want your next job, and you want it within the domain that you're working in now, get a certification. If you intend to keep working at the same business forever and ever, don't get a certification, because certifications are not really the best bang for your buck. You can get so many other things that are way more valuable for you, as like mentorships and dialogue groups with other businesses. They're way more valuable, but they don't have any certifications. So certifications are only valuable if you want to negotiate a raise internally, or get a new job somewhere else, and that's where it's valuable. For certain jobs, you need the certification just to get to the interview. Exactly, that's also what I said. That if I hire someone, and then, for example, if I hire a change manager, they go like, you must have ITIL. Do I need you to have ITIL? It's not super complicated to know the ITIL I need it, but it means that you've been in a professional organization that has made sure that you have ITIL certification. There you go. $300,000. Woohoo! All right, and still continuous launching. This is only solar sails here, but solar sails there are big, much more. And it's only 65,000 that are inbound. Let's look at the stats here. We are now consuming 16, but they are still expiring faster than we can consume them. Thanks for TED Talk. Anytime. Working on my Cisco C, and I never needed it, but yeah, exactly. A very similar outfit. Yeah, I think that's my general opinion about certifications. I mean, as an employer, you also can do it because you can leverage the certification, because it's kind of a I want to say, I think it kind of have half of a parallel here. So there's a bully who threatens you, and to hand over your money and anything, and you do that. What happens then is your bully becomes more powerful, and he will start bullying you more. It's kind of the same thing as an employer. If I have a skilled employee in my organization and I want to keep them, then I kind of have to throw something at them. It's super difficult to give a good raise, so I might just give you some courses or some conferences or something like that, just to make you happy. Unfortunately, that also makes you improves your bargaining position for the next round, because next round you can go like, well, I am Prince 2 practitioner, and I am now IPMA certified, and I am now, and I go like, yeah, I gave you that last year because I couldn't give you a raise and you wanted it. Like, yeah, but now my market value is higher. Yeah, so it's kind of it's much better for the organization to give courses that are not certifications, because you can't use those for getting the next job, but you learn skills. But as an employee, you want certification because that gives you the next job and gives you a better leverage for negotiation. That require you to have a certification by law. Of course, that's a completely different ball game. Of course, you need a certification. That's like you need a driver's license to be a driver. Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. You don't need a IPMA or PMI or Prince 2 certification to be a project manager. You give trainings that are money, which makes the person more marketable for the next employer. Yep, it is. So, but I mean, on the other hand, if you don't do it, then they're still gonna leave. So yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22, but it's the only way to do it, right? I mean, I'd much rather give conferences. I had some architects and lead developers that I wanted to spoil because they were so good and I couldn't give them raises. So it was always like, you can go to, what was the Microsoft event in Orlando? I can't remember what it's called, but it's like 1 week of vacation in Orlando where you just go watch some Microsoft stuff. Yeah, Microsoft Ignite. That was my present for them. It's like, and I was like, if you want to, bring your girlfriend, your wife, or both. I don't know, but your girlfriend, your mistress, your wife, anything. Just do that. I don't care if you're gonna stay in a hotel room. I don't care if there's 2 people living in the hotel room. But of course, when you give me the receipts for the drinks and stuff, I don't want to see us paying for your girlfriend. But the hotel room, of course, is free, and that's a huge thing that you can give to someone that goes on a different budget than a raise. Whee! Yeah, so who knew how to game the expenses? Alcohol is marked as souvenirs. Okay, baked beans, that's pretty damn stupid. Because if that gets caught, you get fired. Plain and simple. That's fraud. Fraud. You're buying alcohol, you're booking at something else. That's against the rules. You're out. This, as me being a manager, it's my discretion and saying, I don't want to see your see that I'm gonna pay for your dinner, of course, but I don't want to see like double up every evening. So either split the bill or give me a receipt for every other day you're there. And whether I pay for a hotel room where 1 person or 2 people live in, it's gonna be the same. So I think there's a noticeable difference. And when my boss was like, is it really necessary? I was like, is anything necessary? I spoil them. It's how it is. They are the best, so they get the best. Yeah, but we're really busy. Like, we're always busy. This is booked in advance. I have booked it. If we cancel it, we lose the money. Even though that wasn't quite true. But I mean, I didn't want to give my boss an option to cancel it because he was under pressure from the rest of the organization. The best thing I did, though, in the same term, was I booked for the same developers, same architects actually, a one week course, lead enterprise training at Microsoft, right before I got fired. I booked it for those 2, and I was like, I knew I was getting fired on Monday, and on Friday I was like, you gotta check if you contact me Monday morning and you confirm whether you can. It's like, yeah, but it's like, no, you have to confirm it to me Monday morning because then we book it during Monday. Why is it so important? Oh, it's about the expenses. I just said. So he got in Monday morning and was like, yeah, my girlfriend says it's okay. I can go that week. Like, good. Book it. Book the hotels. Book the flights. What no one else knew is that me, for my own money, I booked the same course just for myself. And so later the day I got fired, and then a week later I had a week's vacation. I paid it, of course, myself, but with the 2 of my former co-workers, but also good friends. Now we were just going through, having a blast in Seattle, and they were like, we'll just charge it to your old boss. That was so fun. That was a good time. It was a good course as well. So, this is looking pretty good. Why do you get fired? Because I can't shut up. Because I don't know when to shut up. Which is kind of perfect for a streamer. Okay, this is actually looking good. Look how much this goes in and how much comes out. Look how thin that line is. That means we're actually draining here, I think. Yeah. Streamers can't get fired. No, but they can get cancelled. Love the details. Yeah, I love it too. It's just going to be a while until we're there. You know, we have about 100,000 left. We've done 3/4 of the stream, and that means before the end of the stream, we will have launched everything unless it slows down. Can't shut up about that. There'll be streamers as well. One is actually already filming her stuff. Good. You can keep it running for 48 hours and it still won't be complete. Maybe. I'll figure out what I'm doing. Oh, Hasala, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It has nothing to do about being right. Especially as you go up to the higher levels of management, then being right is not an advantage. Okay, let's jump out and again take a good look at this while I take my last break. Yep, we're just gonna go take a look at this. It's easy to find the planet though. That's at least something. Pew, 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 pew. And do a trench run. There's the launchers. How many cells expired? A lot of them. Don't know. Conk. There you go. That's a pretty neat look. Yeah, so I'll be back in 2 minutes, and if you have anything that you want me to take a look at while we are in the next hour, since it's our last hour of this base, then feel free to shoot away. I'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. And we're back for the last hour of the stream. I was hoping that it would come back into line of sight before I would come back here. I think that it should be coming back into line of sight soon. It says a 132 second cycle time. So I feel that it should be coming into view soon. Yeah, when does he come back in? Yeah, that's me too. 132, that's a bit more than 2 minutes, and I took a 2-minute break, so... Oh yeah, and then everything runs at about half speed, so... That's also something. So it's gonna be a couple of minutes more. But it looks like we're launching... Oh, now we're saying at least the rest of the galaxy come into view. I love that they're sparkly out there. The stars are sparkly, not because their stars are sparkly, but because of all the rockets being launched. What is Miss Timony correct about now? Not sure he misses it. What? Yeah, machine working is more important. What? What am I missing? Oh, look at that. I think I'll do the time lapse in different ways. Like this would be also a view, right? Will the resource deplete before this much finishes? Nope, they will not. Oh, it's an old conversation. Alright. I'll just mind my own business then. I'm just trying to be part of the conversation. Sorry. Whee! And pew, go back. Alright, let's see, and P here. So this is up to 17 now, but it's still expiring at... Basically the 12 being put in are being consumed, and then the 12 from the last hour are also being... need to scroll up like 10 minutes. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Oh yeah, they actually look really nice when they up close. I mean, they don't have the polish that Satisfactory has. Right? Satisfactory has, when you get close, you have all these imperfections and scratches. Hey, thank you, Siphon, for the 200 bits. That's very nice. Okay, I have a question about spheres and endgame stuff. Why go through the trouble of building a sphere? Since artificial stars put out so much better energy. Okay, so explain to me, my friend, 5-Ho, because that's your name. How are you getting the antimatter? How are you getting the fuel for your artificial suns when you don't have a sphere? Because last time I checked, you need antimatter that comes from critical photons. Critical photons can only be made by... Wait for it. No, it says 5-Ho. It doesn't say shoe, it says 5-Ho. Ray receivers. Yay, ray receivers. And if you want to just throw solar sails up there, and fine. It's just, I mean, you can easily do it, and you can easily complete the game. But I don't think I'd want to do that. I would definitely want to do it in a more robust way so that you can continuously, because for example now that I've had my Dyson spheres up for, I don't know, 100 hours or something, one of them probably 150 hours, so that's 150 hours of not launching rockets to keep the power going. So basically you're saying, why use ray receiver, why use a sphere when you're basically building, basically your artificial suns are fueled by solar sails, because you have to put solar sails continuously into orbit in order to have the ray receivers pull that power down into critical photons and then convert that into antimatter, convert it into antimatter fuel to put into artificial suns. And I'm gonna like, that's a hell of a lot of hassle for something that you could just have launched the solar sails instead. I mean, you can definitely do it, and if you speedrun the game, you don't need to build a sphere at all. So you're basically fueling your your artificial suns with solar sails. With a lot of extra steps. Game doesn't tell you you need fuel for artificial sun. No, but when you build it, you realize it. And artificial sun. Energy tank. Iron current. No, it doesn't, but that one. Is there a speedrunning community for this? I don't know if there's a community yet, but Yamakara has been Yamakara has been speedrunning it quite impressively. I think like last time I checked, it was like 11 hours, but probably been a lot faster by now. If he's still doing it. In the last mission complete tech, something you need to research doing it today. Oh yeah, we could do that now. We could do it when this one's complete. When is it complete? In 35 minutes. That's never. Oh, my hash rate is dead. Okay. Then let's do that research instead. Boop. Let's do this one so we actually get it. Boop. Wonder why it's that. It's actually dead. Right, so I guess we kind of have to go check out why the science is so bad. Oh no, where's my galaxy? There it is. Let's go to GD Prime and figure out what it is, why it's not working. Let's look at this one. We're at 350,000, so we have 80,000 left, and it's 9 gigawatts, so not much. Look at this. This is down to 66,000. Soon we will not actually have anything in orbit because everything will be consumed. We're not even 10% on the progress for the cells. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Your 8 rocket launchers are looking puny. Well, I have 8 rocket launchers on another planet, so this is kind of endgame. Oh, I saw GD Prime right there. Anything else we want to see? It's probably sulfur. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's quantum chips. It's definitely not iron. I hooked up 40,000 iron, 40 million iron, which is with the current thing is 400 million iron. It's always iron. It's never iron. You're thinking about Factorio. Okay, come on with your guesses. The more specific, the better. Solar cells expire? Nah, not very many. Most of them are actually warpers. Definitely not warpers. Coal? No. I think it's quantum chips. And quantum chips simply not being produced fast enough. No nanotubes for purple? That's a good one. From the pretty stuff into other stuff. Yeah. Troll infestation. Good idea. Would be interesting. You're still using underground belts. Yes, there's a missing underground belt. Organic crystals. I don't think so. Just stopped by your YouTube channel and saw your comment. Saw your content. Really enjoying it so far. Thank you. Welcome. You want to bet that my red science is blocked by maxed out hydrogen? Okay. Titanium crystals? That means yellow science. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We have no idea what it is. We have to pay attention to this one though. It's so slow, but it's still only a few hashes here. So, titanium crystal is a good suggestion. Antimatter is also a potential. but I think it's something that's shared with the rocket production. And the only thing I can think that's nanotubes or quantum chips. So I think it's because it's competing with the production of rockets. What if I go here? Entire star cluster. It's still keeping up, so this one's still working at full speed. Hash rate for research is different. It is not. Cold tortoise is always unexpected. Yeah, I don't think so. But, I mean, it would be unexpected. So, the fact that I say that I don't think so kind of makes it feasible. Yeah, you don't have the Dyson Sphere for antimatter, you need to have a Dyson Swarm for antimatter. You need something for the ray receivers to access. So, whether you just keep launching solar sails or you want to do something else. If you have access to optical grading crystal and fire ice, then solar sails are pretty much free of charge. Oh, Kitty Prime is now top. There it is. Yeah, eventually it would be wasteful, but if you're talking about a speed run, then there's really no reason to make a Dyson Sphere. But I would also say that if you're just playing the game, then there's really no reason not to make a Dyson Sphere, because it's kind of the name of the game. Yeah, infinite resource for warp speed, I like. Because the logistic vessels are faster than me. Late game. White science consuming teleporters. What? Yeah. No, I don't like teleporters. I think that teleporters would... I mean, if they were there, I'd use them, but I think they would... I'd like to have like a super warp drive, so it cuts the time in half, but I really like the fact that you have to think about before you go between planets. I'd like to be able to have some kind of radio control, so you can control things at sites, or you can monitor things, or something like that. But if you can warp between them, then you don't really get the sense of scale between this, and you don't get the sense of, oh, am I really gonna fly all the way there? And if I was playing just for myself, then this would be like, okay, set up to fly, go grab a cup of something, and just go to the restroom. And so I don't really mind this part. I mean, as a streamer, of course, I'd like to... I'm gonna need to find something to talk about. Alas. Space stations, there can be a million awesome things that they can add to this game. This game has so much potential for cool things they can add. Oh, I'd like to have a faster warping, because it's quite a while. It's like, is it 5 to 10 minutes to fly there? Oh, we're more than halfway through our research at least. Maybe some really expensive research means nothing. You can't balance things around a research price. Because what's really expensive for most people would be trivial for me, and then it's not a good balancing. Oh, it's really expensive. Yeah, but then that just means that it's tedious to get it for most people. So. Well, let's see. Which column is dead? All of them. Okay. Antimatter. No, it's antimatter. Interesting. The easy part would be taking all of this and just turning this into antimatter. Although it sucks because there's no atmosphere on this planet, so... These ones are barely working. Because it's winter time. Polar night. For a lot longer. Ah, that sucks. Being used for all your launching power. No, it's used for power production. The only thing that needs... So, if we look at it... The only thing this one leads into is the power. This doesn't... This is not a component for anything. The only thing this one's used for... Yeah, okay, that's annoying that I can't check this one. The only thing that the antimatter is used for is... the fuel and the universe matrix. So, we have to figure out if it's because our critical photon is somehow not working. Or if it's simply because we're not getting enough of this. Thank you, Jeff. Good evening. Time to sail into the sunset with DSP? Yep, for now. Okay, so... I don't know, is that good or bad? I don't really know if this is good or bad. This one seems... Okay, we're producing way less than we're consuming. That's not super great. Is that on Anchor 1? Yeah. Let's go to Anchor 1 and figure out what the hell is going on here. Okay, Anchor 2. That was Anchor 2. Alright, let's see if Anchor 2, if there's a problem there. Well, there is. If I can find it. Freak. Is that the one? Yeah, it is. I don't know, just launch it that way. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. It could be hydrogen blocking. It could also be just that this is just the crafting speed I have. No, it doesn't seem like the crafting speed. Okay, so it's either hydrogen is blocking the production and we only, every time we take out the production, then that's it. The other one is the fact that we are not getting enough critical photons in. Then we'll take a look at that afterwards. It might be. But our research is closing up. 2 minutes. Hope they never fix that line. Yeah, it's become a thing now. So. We're almost here. Here it is. I think. Nope. That's the strange matter. Yeah. Okay, so this is burning all the time. It's just the speed that it's producing at, I guess. It's not jammed. This is just the speed I have. It's not. Oh, it's also not working at full speed though. So that's another thing. Oh, so as more things have switched online, then other things are not working anymore. Okay, so I need more power. And the problem is that how do you get more power? Just easy? Well, you just stamp down a few more of these suns, which means more production. What? Seems to be going locally. What? What? It's going both, but the reason why it's the stuff that's taken locally is being taken over to right here, I think, where it's being converted into fuel cells. Here. So as long as this one is not full, then that's taking priority over science, which is exactly how I want it. I absolutely want this to be prioritized over science. They don't get consumed very quickly, but they are getting consumed. And we've been kind of just throwing them out everywhere. So it is unable to get 1K per minute sent. No, it just takes a bit longer to get there. It will get there, but it's just taking us slightly longer. Again, I don't really see a big problem. Only happens once. Congratulations, builder of great civilizations. You have completed the Dyson Sphere Program. You can continue the game.
Congratulations, builder of great civilizations. The primary mission of the Dyson Sphere Program has been successfully completed with your efforts. The energy you provided is bound to make the homeland develop with high speed, and your figure will imprint with every step forward. This cluster has been activated. To remember your achievements, people light up a star in the Milky Way star map. Yes, it will always record your contribution to the forthcoming third-level civilization. Now please rest a while, and then embark on the journey of the Sea of Stars again.
Woohoo! Click, 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 click. There you go. Yay! Hey, thank you, Wesker. Not much hype for ending the game like that, but yeah. Game over, time to restart, something like that. Hey, and Aurelian, thank you for gifting third level civilization controls energy of the galaxy. Yes. Catastrophe scale. And I have no idea what I'm supposed to have. Oh, it's theoretically at least solar sails. And thank you. Achievement complete. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. The hype train isn't showing. Yeah, that's because we haven't had any hype train. It needs to be jump started. There was an attempt earlier, but the time was not right. Hello, Miss Timony. Thank you for 300 bits more for you. So nice of you.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
What's our current real level of civilization? 0.9 ish.
A kind gesture.
We are not consuming 100% of the planet's energy resources, but probably like, I don't know, 90%. I think it was estimated to that, or have access to.
Welcome home.
Okay, Testificator for the 11 months of Twitch Prime, and Astral Fields with 4 months, and then whoop whoop Baked Beans with 10 gift subs. Thank you so much, and that is now officially a hype train. Woohoo! Oh, that's not great, is it? Oh, right, because this is not, that's not that, that's actually rockets. How are we getting rockets here? Okay, never mind.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Thank you so much, Baked Beans. ship is real. It absolutely is.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
At least these are not consuming more than they need, so this should be fine. I should spend some of my tax return money. Oh, right. That's nice. A hype train is a way to say goodbye to DSP. Yep, it's been a good one. Look at the autosave now.
Subscriber arrives.
It is a nice way to say goodbye to it. And I hope that people will not sort of abandon, all the people who joined for Dyson Sphere Program, they will not abandon their subscription to the channel.
Expands.
But rather go like, oh, I wonder what new things you have in store for us.
Our modest fellowship.
In 18, we were like 0.79, so nowhere close to 0.9. Oh, okay. Well, 0.73. I don't know how you calculate that thing, but
Steadfast loyalty.
I would imagine that there are about as many ways to calculate it as there are opinions about it. Good. Okay, so power is now working. That means we are getting slightly faster production at least. Can you quickly toggle to your break screen and back? It seems your OBS overlay. Uh-huh. Did it work? No. Disconnect from the hype train. I'll just paste the link in Discord. You can see if that's the right one. If that's the right one, or there's been an update for the one. Okay, Twitch API is now also not giving events. All right. Well, the only thing I can say is like, maybe it'll work if we get to level 2. Maybe it'll work then. Who knows? That's always a chance that will trigger it, right? So I have 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Hey Jeff, thank you. Poke, come on, do a thing. Yeah, come on. There we go. Did it work? Hype train activated. All right, so now it's just weird. 2,700 bits. Ah, see, it did work. All right, cool. So it was probably like had to re-engage it. Yeah, so now this one is at least working faster. Cool. Okay. So we know why the science was not working, and it was a trivial issue. I'm gonna go with that. Hi Candy. All right, we're less than 50 seconds, so get your snipes in. Ah, man, come on. Let's see, what are we at? It is now at 300 bits for Miss Timony. Cyclops, end of the line. All right. Hi Candy. What are we at? What are we at? 1,700. We can get 1,700. Frisoli, thank you for the 2 months. Come on. Can we do it? No. 666, making my wallet even after 100 pi bits. Is it enough? Oh, it's enough. Foul Owls Geeks with 10 gift subs. It certainly is enough now. Woo. Ah, saved it right at the last second. Whew. Level 2. We're saved. 20 seconds. 20 seconds is never 20 seconds in this game. You can never count on it. Andy Lodenfeld's also gifting us up. They haven't capitalized your name. Yeah, you can. Don't let Jeff capitalize your name for you. He has. He's not very skilled at it. He has a. Definitely not a caps lock deficiency, because now you kind of have a caps lock surplus, but it's fine. It's fine. It's better than this alternating upper lowercase. All right, so now there's 3.5 minutes of idleness and then a bit of last second panic. But Fowls Geek, that was
Steel yourself. We are
No, you still didn't. You didn't claim it because it's still baked beans with 10 gift subs because you both have 10. So, good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Let's see if we get. We should be getting all of this. Would you call it dyspepsia?
Returned.
Yeah, dyspepsia might be. I like it. I still don't know the whole point of winning the hype train anyway. The whole point is to be awesome. 11 beats 10. Well, the thing is, it's only if you also follow Factorio and you want to sort of stake your claim to some real estate in that world. Maybe in the next series we'll either do patrons as names or hype trains as names for systems and planets. I think that's going to be super fun. Actually, it's going to be patrons. Because if it's hype trains, then we can suddenly have 7 systems that are called Barthak, and that's kind of confusing. Or Timbo. Oh, NFTs for Factorio Real Estate. I was actually considering NFTs just for a shits and giggles. Like, imagine we could doing NFTs for train kills or something stupid like that. Like, this train kill is owned by Cyclops. Thank you, Cyclops, for the 500. Sell NFTs of your blueprint? Yeah, could be. You could. Yeah, the Archangel. I'm, as I said, it's gonna be 3 minutes of idleness, and then NFT is the new hottest thing: non-fungible tokens, which basically is a video clip, but you don't own the video clip. It just says that you own it. So, yeah, it's a new way to launder money with cryptocurrency. It's a weird thing. It's very hard to see that it has value, but it has value if people want to pay for it. So basically, you can have like NBA dunks, and then it's like, okay, there are 50 sold of this dunk. That means anyone can watch the clip, but you own it, along with 49 other people. Anyway, 1 minute left. If anyone wants to join in on the hype train, not expecting that we get to level 3, but you know. If I don't say it, then maybe it'll just run out without anyone noticing. So what is actually this? It's Cyclops with 1K. Oops, up. Sadlock Holmes, thank you for the 3 months subscription. Did I make it this time? You did. That's kind of no value, Cyclops. Logistics Tower. Don't ever look at them, so can't see the name anywhere, so that's kind of silly. Alright, 20 seconds. No one is joining in on this. That is fine. It's also a very nice level 2 hype train. Did not expect that. Just here on the final seconds of our Dyson Sphere Program series for now. And there we go. Hey Cyclops, thank you for another 500. All right. Thank you, Jeff, for following up on that for the squares. Yeah, so I can explain the non-fungible tokens. You can sell anything. The thing is, like, it is. The weird thing is that if
shall gather, more shall enter the fray.
Oh, a new patron. Weird. That didn't. Ah! You can't do that unless you tap out of the game first. We're almost. Oh, we're still 10 light years away. I have plenty of time. Yeah, that's weird. So I go to Patreon and see that there are no new events, because the way that they handle events is if someone pledges and cancels then it deletes the event instead of making a create and a delete event. Weird. So apparently that patron didn't really. Yeah, the point of the okay. So the people who are into it would say like, yeah, but there can only be one Mona Lisa, but anyone can have a picture of Mona Lisa. Except when it's a digital thing, then there's really no difference between a copy of it. So if you own a clip of some sports event, but the sports event is also on YouTube, then I can't see the difference between owning it and watching it, except that you have the bragging right of saying like, I own this clip. They're like, yeah, so what? You own it on one website. I mean, who cares? But I mean, there's a guy called Beeple, I think. He has made like a silly amount. He made art every day, and he just sold an NFT for which is basically a JPEG, for $69 million. Yeah, $69 million for a JPEG. And anyone can make it. It's a JPEG of all his 5,000 arts things he's done. Yeah, they don't typically contain the thing themselves. It's yeah, because it is the NFT is not the thing. The NFT is the token. You're not buying the thing, you're buying the token. Okay, I'm getting to even get close to this planet. I'm getting sucked in. Yeah, so you're buying the token. You're buying the token that says you are one of X people who has a certificate for this thing. Basically, the equivalent would be that if you watched my Factorio yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, and I had a train death. So we clip that train death, and then anyone can watch the train death. But this train death is owned by Jeff S. because he bought it. And then someone else could buy it again or overbid or I don't know. And that's basically what an NFT is. So that, I mean, anyone can watch the clip, and it's not like it's moved to Jeff's server. It's just that, for all intents and purposes, I keep track of who owns this clip or who has the NFT for this clip. And that just happens to be Jeff, for example. Wait, I shouldn't be selling my clips as NFTs? Well, you shouldn't be. Well, you... This is actually interesting. Because the first thing would be like, you can't sell clips of me because you don't own the right to it. But then again, the other thing is, do I own the rights to my clips? I think I do. Because if Twitch owned it, there would also be Twitch being liable for copyright issues. So I think that I own the rights to my clips. That runs NFT on the blockchain is that the original author gets a cut of every time it's sold. Yes, that's the money part of it. Yes, that sounds right. Twitch owns the clip? I have no idea. But that's Jeff. Back to the whole blockchain. That's the brilliant part of it. Like, so that would be the idea that Jeff could sell the clip of me dying to a train or whatever, or me doing the victory dance if anyone would be so stupid that they wanted to buy that. And every time that would be changed, so someone buys it for $1 million, then I get $100 in exchange fee. And yes, of course, because I own the blockchain. New baseball cards, you can buy them and sell them at different NFTs. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, owning all of the Nilos train death. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of... I mean, right now, isn't the concrete squares in a Factorio series, they're also really NFTs. I mean, you're not really getting anything from it. Anyone can watch it, and it just has your name on this particular part of the world, which isn't really anything, really. So, you know, I mean... See, I'd like to do it from a perspective of giving something to the people who are already donating. I don't want to do it as a let's find another way to monetize your audience. I hate it's running out. Panic. Panic mute as well. Wow. I have 36. Drop them in. Yeah, that's gonna cut. That's gonna be it. All right, we're good. We're good. Whew. Well, let's see what the state of the effect. Oh, look at that. I am fucking awesome. In all due respect, I had calculated it sort of like it should be, but look at that. I am missing 5,000. I'm missing 5,000, and it's starting to run out now. And here's another 1,000. It's never gonna run out. Will it even start launching in? They're gonna stop launching when there's nothing to launch anymore. Oh, look at that. That looks so cool because now they're all going to a very few locations. There. I'll warp there. Ah, that was not enough. Come on. Ah, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. There it is. And now I'm out of warpers. Here it is. This is the last one. Oh, there's a few over on the other side. But if we look at it, it's stopped launching because that's the last one that's left. Right there. And everything is inbound. Resembles the Ministry of Sound logo. I have no idea what Ministry of Sound is. And that is the final rocket launches. That was actually not bad that we, during a 4-hour session, could launch every single one. Are there more? And that's it. Ta-da! No? Well, it should be ta-da. Apparently something somewhere is missing, still missing. Oh well, we probably won't be seeing that anyway. Oh, there it is. That's the ta-da. And now we just need, we've thrown 1 million cells in here, and we just need, and we're getting 500,000 at a time in here. So once this one is made, I will have the full absorption rate up and running. Let me just check what that will be. Times 128. Should be, this one, this number should be 93,000. And it's not. That's it. We have now launched every single rocket we need. Yeah, now I need to shut down the rocket manufacturing. Not that it really matters, but it's just gonna show us the space view. Yes, so let's go back here. Do we have warpers, by the way? Nope, we have 0 warpers left. I did have a sneaking suspicion that we were running out of warpers. Start a second ring. No, I'm not. It'll back up a shutdown, yes. It's not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. It's needing. So let's just get this right. It took. How long time did it? It took 4 hours to get 1/8 of our sales in here. So 4 hours times 8, that's 32 hours of something. I might have to need to do some jump cuts. Would it be worth it? Yeah, it would be worth it if I was continuing. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my base, stop the rocket production so that we don't use any more sales. So that all sales will be directed here. Not that it really matters. I still think we have enough sales. And then I will basically just, anytime I'm processing a video or working on watching something or anything, I'll just keep this running and just record a bit here and there. But obviously it's going to be at least a week because I need 32 more hours of playtime before this is complete. So, and then I need to process that back into a 15-minute video or something with music and cuts and stuff. Yeah. I'm sure you could do a 32-hour stream. Yeah, well, with us just looking at this, with me talking. Total playtime according to Steam is just rounded 300 hours. It is... Oh, it hasn't updated while I'm in the game. Oh, it doesn't update when I'm in game, apparently. But it was... yeah, it's going to be 302 hours or something. The reason why I'm saying 32 hours is because here, if we look at this, we have launched about 1 million out of the 4 million. And right now, this number, the 50,000, that's all we can consume. And that's actually because it's all the stuff we can shoot in. So it might actually be necessary to actually replace it so we can shoot some more. More time needed as you lose nodes as they finish. Yeah. Baked beans. So 20 for 300 hours of fun. Yeah, but the calculation is slightly different for me. Because I would see it as an investment of $20 in order to enable me to stream for, I don't know, 100 hours to 120 hours or something, how much I've streamed this game, which has then, again, generated an income. But yes, for you, you would have to look at it as it's a pretty good value. Pretty good value. But also a pretty good investment for my part. This is problematic. Because if it's only getting 50,000 here, soon I will start working with SAP. Could you tell me like 2 things which you'd wish to before starting? What? Run away! Don't believe their lies. That's it. I don't have a positive opinion of SAP. No, I don't have a positive opinion. If you were in any kind of decision power, but that's clearly you're not, then if you work with SAP, you have to... No, in all seriousness, in order for you to make SAP a success in your organization, now I'm not talking about you as a person, but you as an organization, you have to be willing to compromise everything in your operational model in order to make it fit into the SAP model. If you can do that, it can be a success. If you start asking SAP to make changes to your business model, it's going to be 10 times as expensive. It's going to take 5 more years, and at least 2 CIOs will be fired before it's done. That's how it's going to happen. So if you take SAP for a core part of your business and say, this is our core business, this is where we generate value, then you're probably not going to be happy because that is probably where you are unique. But if you're saying, our product is great, but our inventory management is standard. So we run with a standard system like SAP for all of the items and stuff. And if you can do that, good. But as soon as you start making, well, that's business critical to us, then they go like, oh, that's going to cost extra. And then you pay a fortune, it takes forever, and it's not going to work. And then they go like, well, you should have went standard. So if you want to have a success, you have to be able to compromise, which is why I would never use SAP for a business, it can be for business critical, like accounting, like ERP system, fine for if that's not your competitive edge. If you are unique in the way that you run your enterprise resource management, then you probably need something that's more bespoke. But if you're doing whatever and you just say, we want a good system that's stable for our multinational company, and we want to get the out-of-the-box experience that we're willing to change all of our processes to fit, then sure. CIO is abbreviation for career is over. I said that to our CIO when back in my corporate days, and he was like, that's true. Because you can't advance from a CIO position. So this is our problem. This is our bottleneck. Right there. Learn to read 5-letter acronyms as if they were words. Yes, but 5-letter abbreviations, not acronyms. And know that they are 30-year-old abbreviations for something in German. Not enough shooty. Exactly. Can you replace launchers with guns? Yes, I can. It's not going to give us much more, but it's going to give us a bit. But I'm not going to do it. I don't know. I think I'll just let it roll for a long time. The thing is, like, the problem is that if it's only this number with 50,000 is actually 50. If there was one node, it would be 120. The 120 means that corresponds to 1 every 2 seconds. So how do we transform 1? We should divide this by 240, I guess. Then we get how much per second is being absorbed. And that's 208 per second times 60. Then we get 12,000 per minute. 12,000 per minute. And I need 7 million. That's 560 minutes. That's less than 10 hours. Okay. I got that to less than 10 hours. Huh. That doesn't seem right. Oh, right, because a lot of the time when we started launching, first of all, we didn't start launching until we were halfway into the stream. The second part, it was ramping up a lot. Like if we look at... Why can I not do current system only? Weird. DSR, there. There. So you can see this is where it started and this is where it expired. Those were the expiries. And now we are at this rate. If we look at the consumption rate here, it's 12.5 per minute, which is exactly what I was looking at, which is exactly the production. And that means we are going to consume 12.5 per minute. And that means it wasn't far off. Yeah, 583. Yeah, I was like, okay, so 10 hours, that's not much. That's, I mean, it's not exactly like tomorrow, but it's doable. Yes. Cyclops, I completely agree. I completely agree that it's probably a good idea, also because probably things will start running out. We can start seeing the shapes now. And I think the shapes are going to be really beautiful when they're done from the inside here. So what I think I'll do is I'll do like a montage of for it, like when we started up and just seeing the rockets launch, and spend like a couple of minutes just looking at that, seeing the first, also some close-ups of where they go in, and those kind of things. Then we'll sort of have a long view out where I'm going to do a time lapse of all the rockets coming in, and then I think I'm going to wait until all the rockets are built with saturating it with solar sails, even though it's going to take longer, but then it's going to be, I think it's going to be telling a better story, because this doesn't look particularly good right now. And then basically doing like, let it run for an hour, do like a 10-minute segment, which will then be cut down to 1 minute, for example, where we either fly around and just see that things are flowing in, and then cut another hour forward, do a 10-minute segment that cuts down to 1 minute, something like that, right? If you rate limit the solar sails, e.g. Mark 1 belt. What? Oh, right. Oh, that's a good idea. Like in the beginning, just... I don't know either. So just got here. Last stream of DSP or starting new one? Nope, last stream of DSP for the time being. Until, let's say, in a couple of months when new content is being added. Set your PC to shut down in 8 hours. The problem is I'm sleeping right there. Right there. Like, I can almost touch my bed. So it's not particularly comfortable to hearing this roaring jet engine at 1 meter away from where I sleep. Yeah, it sucks, but, I don't have a studio. Yet. Okay, so 10 hours doesn't scare me so much. Sleep on the couch then. You're not helping. Shouldn't you get to work, PJTR? Shouldn't you? You're being too clever. Shouldn't you go out in the rain and snow and get to work then? If you're being so clever. Yeah, the balcony? Where do you think I live? In a castle? I don't have a balcony. And also that would be like, sorry, can't stream today. My computer is wet. I put it outside. What do you know? It rains in Denmark. Well, maybe I'll put it in the servants' quarters. In the downstairs where all the servants live. That could be an option. Or the boathouse. The pool house. No. We have a boathouse. In the East Tower, yes. Oh no, not the East Tower. That's where I locked my daughter until she's 18. She's gonna be locked in the tower. The conservatory? Nah, I think the observatory. Oh, the solarium. Speaking of all of these things, those are all things we want to have in our evil genius base, for sure. Wrap it in plastic wrap and put it in a barrel of ice. It makes it quiet and keeps it cold. Wow. Interesting. I did one when I played a lot of World of Warcraft on my work laptop when I lived in UK. I had 2 work laptops. One was in the in the fridge, and the other one was gaming. So after 2 hours, it was so hot that put it back in the fridge, take the other one out, open it. I could play it a couple of hours, switch. So yeah, I've been there. I was destroying those laptops. Somehow gaming laptops or sort of corporate, good performing corporate laptops are not meant to play World of Warcraft 12 to 16 hours a day. I don't know. What do you know? How was I supposed to know? They have problems too. Sometimes they can find stuff across their multiple real estates. Yes. Yeah, that must be tough. I mean, I can also find stuff I've forgotten that I had. Right, let's land on this planet and let that be the sort of the last bits of where we are here. How big are my saves? They were 523, 26 last time, so 23, I guess. Yeah, so I hope you have... how close is the Megasphere to completion? Not at all close. And you need to go closer. It's, let's see, how close is it? 1/8 of all the solar sails. So it's gonna be 10 hours. That's what we calculated. 10 hours of shooty, then it'll be done. Text usually send a text. Yeah, makes sense. All right, thank you everyone for joining. Tomorrow, remember to be here because at 8 o'clock I am going to stream Satisfactory. Maybe you want to join as well. But at 8 o'clock you are gonna vote for what is my starting area. There are 4 starting areas, so get in there early as bright and early, so we can do that. And I'm going to be also doing that. So it's going to be Tuesday and Wednesday of Satisfactory and Friday Satisfactory as well. And then Thursday and Sunday will be Factorio as usual. No stream on Saturday. That's going to be the plan. And then next week, if I haven't rage quit Satisfactory by then we're going to continue. So thank you everyone for joining. It's been awesome. I hope to see you tomorrow. It's going to be super awesome getting started on Satisfactory again after about 9 months. Yeah. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.